无需担心冒险家协会的大家。
为我哥，靠你了，兔兔伯爵，出击！呀！跟得上我吗？吼！来比赛吧！现身吧！来吧！当当！跟得上！景之鸦，渴求幽夜。你没有退路了，跟得上我吗？为我歌颂。断罪之名，不亲之徒，来吧！居然会这么倒下！ 没有什么更有趣的事吗？茶会是淑女的必修课，如果你想学习茶会礼仪的话，我可以教你哦。好无聊啊！没有什么更有趣的事吗？人气太高也是一种苦恼，谁让我这么受欢迎呢？好无聊啊！没有什么更有趣的事吗？ 现身吧！哦，兔兔伯爵，出击！嘿，来比赛吧！侦察骑士发现目标。看你了，嘿，真难缠。
It should include okay. So basically, the old turn it off and turn it back on again. Just messing with my little hardware mute button and little connections to my controller. Anyway, what I'm gonna try to do, even though you can't focus that thing, but hey Koma, hey Mama, also happy Mother's Day. And also now you can have me in the background anyway. Yeah. Well, I did mention. Oh yeah, that was why I was in the party screen in the first place. Did mention a slight detour. Farming things. Also, Mama, please forgive me. I'm just gonna need.
让你久等了。
You know. Okay, where can I get elemental particles real quick? I have a visual with energy recharge, but
Yay!
so every time just a reminder. Oh yeah. Ah, there's my energy recharge. But there's just a reminder every time that I still have it on Chinese. Ah, there we go. Let's see if this works, shall we?
你也想逃开哦？
It does! It works! Genshin problems require Genshin solutions. Using the suction of the items for good for once instead of why it was changed in the domain. Thank you, Venti.
果然还是离不开我啊！
Well, I don't think it's, you know, we have that many English voices currently in the Natlan Archon quest, so, why are you back to the... I was already in Liyue. Okay, Kasim is technically in Liyue, but still. I'm in the little, like, interlude between, Act 4 and 5. Ah, this...
以断罪之名，偷偷伯爵出击，箭如雨下。呀！哎，看你了，试这个，哎，炙夜幻现。
I mean, I would need to read anyway, so we could do some science in the beginning. Oh, don't worry, Coma. Plans are planning. Anyway. Nope. The detour, you know, probably will take a little bit, but, you know, it's not like you could, you know, see what I'm farming here. Oops. Not me forgetting to heal in between. But luckily, I think I have enough food.
黑之翼，平断昼夜。兔兔伯爵，飞吧，亮相吧，让世界热闹起来吧！偷了，克里安巴。我将
That is more
再度
damage than
降
I
临。
expected. Being busy and trying to type, that's a mood. I mean, it's not like while Coma got here, I was like messaging Lime or something. I mean, that doesn't compare, but still. But yeah, the detour is guessable. Well, 3.5 for me. But I also have never really like gone to explore much, mostly because in the beginning I also just liked the prospect of still being able to find things while just running around.
尽管交给我吧。
Well, guess I'm down here now. But I could always use more slime. I mean, do I literally have to point out, like, you know, the kind of anime I'm tracking? Ah, there we go. Yes, yes I am. I am indeed farming arrowheads. I mean, I thought we've been over this coma.
又来了。
No, first things first. We can gather them later. I mean, probably less now, but when I went to check, like before streaming, if like on artifacts and weapons, on the right characters and everything, I suddenly saw that I had 29 out of 36 firm arrowheads. So. And the crafting table. Lo and behold, I could craft one. The biggest thing now is though is that the Mora. I still need 2.1 million more. Well, I guess more like 1.9 million. But yeah, 1.8, 1.9. Ah, perfect. That's the thing. These are 700,000 a pop. So, yeah. I mean, I thought we established that the Natlan Archon is more of a beggar than the Anemo Knight. Okay, I don't usually like the kind of jokes. It's mostly poking at the fandom, but you know. Then again, I guess what kind of jokes, if you don't fully believe that's their entire character, is a bit different. And when you drag everyone for filth lovingly. Didn't they use the no-seas to make Mora? Oh wait, no. I think it was before the no-seas, so yeah, you could hold them hostage and like make them Mora. But did he say he... Well, I guess he still has the power, it's just that Zhongli doesn't have the authority that the Dio Archon held. Oh hey, it's immediately on the ballot. Wow. Coma. As an absolute like lore enthusiast, to basically brain rot extent, what did you expect from me?
断罪，去，为我歌颂，闪耀时刻，来跳舞吧！箭如雨下，现身吧，奥兹！呀，亮相啦！
Did you notice I haven't played actively in a while? Mama, why must you hurt me this way? But wait, still better than your Coma, I believe you're better than this. Yeah, C2 and then especially C4 on top of that are absolute life changers. Well, Mama, then you do what I do and you just go to the immediately to the fairy videos. Not that I've been there in a while because I've not been caught up, but that's, you know.
亮相了，看你啦！拜托了，克利安巴。哎，哎，哎，呀！哼哼哼哼。
Like, I guess I'm also judging my gameplay now, like on the same person that can fight Signora for half an hour, but with underleveled characters because they're too stubborn to actually like level the character.
换线。
跟得上我吗？
Oh, you skipped Fontaine World Quest! Skipping Mama, no! Fontaine World...
兔兔伯爵，一段最亮相啦！让世界热闹起来吧！来跳舞吧，箭如雨下。哎，
You know, Fontaine World Quest, the part of Fontaine that actually goes into the rest of Tevat, you know, because like Tevat is like a whole page and talking about the different like apocalyptic cycles of Tevat, like those kind of world quests.
置业换线。
How am I supposed to focus? No, well, okay, this domain is remarkably easy nowadays, but...
现身吧！哦，百发百中，当当。 闪耀时刻，那把是这个。
Oh my god, the burst problem. You know, if they were to finally focus on like these problems instead of making domains easier, that would actually be kind of helpful.
黑之翼评断昼夜。你没有退路了，现身吧！哦，亮相啦！飞吧，跟得上我吗？呀！置业换线，来跳舞吧，兔兔伯爵出击！ 断罪，让世界热闹起来吧！嘿，箭如雨下。呀，兔兔伯，
枝叶换线，
为我歌颂！拜托了，克利安巴，你没有退路了。
It's kind of funny, like, can you tell, I'm an Ember Mage. Yeah, that's what I've been playing with my entire time playing Genshin. Okay, Mama. Mama. I guess most of my time playing Genshin was actually that passive combined with a Sharpshooter's Oath. That's also why Sharpshooter's Oath is so good on Amber, because the passive and the substat of the Sharpshooter's Oath work so well off of each other. Mm-hmm. Let's see, do you have anything still saved? But yeah, that's what I've been playing Genshin with all this time. Also explains why I did like no damage back when I didn't know how to build without actually going for the weak spots. So yes, I was kind of forced to practice the weak spots.
一如小姐所愿。
让世界热闹起来吧！当当，看你了！百发百中，是，以断罪。
I mean, the funny thing is, I guess I'm judging it like as like an Ember main and someone who's used to it. And it's like, it's decent, but it could be better. Pretty sure I've done better.
现身吧，飞吧！呀！别小瞧我！
I mean, part of the reason why I do have Skyward Harp is because I'm not as reliant on weak spots as I am with the Sharpshooter's ult. Which, you know, it kind of depends on the enemies I'm facing, which is better. And which strategy I go for, because, well, weak spots don't matter much if you have a Baron Buddy.
来比赛吧！呀！百发百中，现身吧！哎，兔兔伯爵出击！
Oh! Well, I guess I'm done here. So really the only thing I need now is Mora. And the Andreas things, I'm pretty sure I have enough Dream Solvents and other drops if I really wanted to. No, I'm not falling for that death trap. We're just going to Fontaine. Ah, okay. Yeah. You think I have enough books of ballad now? Now you can't see it, but you know, I need 3 times 16 and I have 56. But I guess I do have another that would also like books of ballads, so... There's the kind of thing now where it's like, I would like to triple crown her, but getting that amount of Mora is gonna take a while.
一段子，当当！呀！来比赛吧！
Commentary is a lot harder when you don't have a quest going on. And you still, you know, troubles with energy and it's warm. Harder to think of bombs to drop. Finally doing this in my own world again. I don't have to wait to activate it.
跟得上我吗？兔兔伯爵，出击！箭如雨下，拜托了，克利安巴。亮相了。
One shot's always well. I guess I don't know if it would have been a one shot with Farina on the team, but
需要尽快治疗。跟得上我吗？
lovely.
当当，闪耀时刻，
枝叶换线。
回应我吧。
I mean, thank you for giving me 3 drops. But then none of them being the one that I want. Ooh! Thank you for the billet though. I will put that through refinement for my Yula weapon. And now to somehow turn 256,000 into 2.1 million. I guess it's just for times to come, if I have the energy, just use the resin I have for Mora. But sadly that does mean I can't exactly triple crown her yet until I have the Mora. But that's also the only thing I still need. I have 16 of these buggies, which I think should be enough. You need like... Oh, you need 2? So really, yeah, I can just use 6 of my 16 dream solvents, and then the only thing I still need is more. Well, for me it was mostly the fact that like arrowhead farming from like the bottom up is very tedious. So I kind of like put it on the back burner until it was at like a point where I could just do it in one go. And I guess the next one to focus on would be Farina, although the narwhal is still a bit sweaty for me to do at level 90. Especially since I don't really know how the like the alignments in Fontaine work. Not to mention the nectar being like on the same level as arrowheads, if it's tedious to get. Well, not exactly on the same level, because they are guaranteed to drop the nectar and quite a few of it. Arrowheads, yeah, if you get lucky. I mean, they have boosted it, but yeah. Like getting arrowheads instead of the masks, but it's still no guaranteed. Sometimes they don't even drop anything. So I guess the nectar is quite a bit better in those regards. I mean, I like the concept of it, but I think like fighting Gnarl itself is fine, but inside of it is also interesting concept, but I think it's a little claustrophobic for also how much going on and how much damage it does. For real, like, honestly, I would love if there was like a trading system or something to also engage more with other players to, for example, like Healy masks for arrowheads kind of thing. So people who have a lot of characters with Healy masks can get the Healy mask, and people who have a lot of characters with arrowheads can get the arrowheads. Not that those are exactly comparable of like obtainability, but you know, if you use one more than the other, then I mean, if I go to look at my Hilly masks, you know, it's not the most. I mean, I've also triple count Eula, but and I don't actively farm things, but yeah. Wait, I can convert. No. Oh, doing that, and then okay. I was getting worried for a second. But it's just for the concept. Yeah, which that would be good. To at least have, you know, some caveat, be it indeed like more of a dream solvent for boss drops or a co-op like thing. You have to trade with other players, but still that you're able to do it. Because now I've just, you know, all these hilly masks are just sitting here. I don't really do anything with them. Well, I've always been like scrapping for arrowheads. Don't mind my amount of chaos devices though, it's fine. That I have more chaos devices than Helitroma. Yeah, it is kind of interesting what kind of quote-unquote quality of life things they go for. Don't get me wrong, a lot of it is actual quality of life, but a lot of it also feels kind of like a lot of character being sucked out of the game for the sake of new players. But those new players will never have the stories that bond older players. Domains. And kind of the triumphant feel when you are finally able to do it more consistently. Also I think just in general, ley lines are the fastest way to get Mora, aren't they? On like a scale of 2.1 million Mora. That's true, and that's also why I acknowledge that quite a bit of it is good. But also that quite a bit of it confuses me. Well, actually a few things that have major impact. Especially the Ascension domain being just a soulless DPS check now. A husk of its former self. That's true, yeah. It's just, I'm running low on fragile resin, so I'm kind of hesitant to use it. Like, little adventure like this is what your overworld will be like too. Can you do enough damage in 2 minutes? Like before it was you could kind of choose, like DPS you can just wipe the floor with everything and move on. Or you could try to do it with skill. Which I did before. And then just be sweaty because your overworld is too high level for you currently. But you know, you knew exactly what you were getting into because the Ascension domain was basically like this is what your overworld will be. But yeah, I'm running a bit low on fragile resin, so I'm a bit hesitant to use it, especially for how many I would need. So. What's still the same? Oh no no no! Oh no no no! If you actually look up comparison, the Ascension domain is very different. Like before it was a little journey, and now they've taken a bunch of things out and just put a DPS check at the end. Like genuinely, if you were to look up what the old one was like and then the new one, you'll see how many changes there actually are. Yeah, I guess it's just indeed as like an older player. I reached AR 55 summer 2022, like during the run of 2.8, my beloved. I already reached AR 55. My alt had already reached, I think, at least AR 35. So I had done the Ascension domain a lot by the time they changed it. I think even my Asia playthrough I started just before they changed the Ascension domain. So yeah, but I guess the Ascension domain is also not very spoilery, and it's also kind of like, hey, if you can at least manage the Mondstadt and Liyue overworld, then you can build up to the rest of the overworld. It never evolved, but I feel like it would have made more sense if they were to almost add like an extra domain in each region as kind of like a trial domain for the region. But then also more like the old Ascension domain was a little journey to show you what it's like, instead of can you do enough damage in a short amount of time where you don't actually learn anything other than mash buttons. Again, I am also an Ember main, so I'm very used to doing more than like mashing buttons. I mean, I know it's more complicated for, you know, even like any other character. But I guess like using charge attacks, it's like most obvious when it becomes a DPS check. I mean, that's just my flavor of madness, that I kind of love how unprepared you are for the other regions. And that you kind of have to adapt yourself, but that's my own personal flavor of madness. The funny thing is, though, is that the DPS jack is actually just very frustrating. Because you're like, I know what I'm getting into. Just let me do it. No? And they actually kind of slowed down progression for players who also have, like, you know, co-op possibility. Like, before it would have been a lot easier to reach AR-45 very quickly and just ask a player with, you know, a lot more overpowered characters like, hey, can you help me farm? And it's also, you know, if people actually, you know, took a step back for a moment, you wouldn't really completely ascend your domain without thinking about it. If you realize that this is what your overworld will be like, you know? And like I always, it's also kind of personally how I found out how much it's changed was when I was excited for, oh, the little journey again. It's been so oh, never mind. And I guess it's kind of the thing, like, many quality of life updates are actual quality of life, but others really feel like sucking character out of the game. Huh? Really? Are you kidding me? I've never even done the tribal quest. What do you want from me? I guess I can just go for the focused experience mode. Yeah, I guess so. Like, I started like half a year before Sumeru would come out, and I was just running around the overworld, having a good time. No, I have to focus like experience mode because apparently a taboo quest I don't think I've ever done is getting in the way of it. Gotta love the in-game map though of
要是被秦发现我们在偷懒，他会不高兴的。
like that's 10 kilometers. So from the Statue of the Seven in Dragonspine all the way to the Flower Feather clan. It's 10 kilometers in-game. Well, almost 11 kilometers, I guess. But I guess for science. Ah, that's the voice I missed. Hmm? What do you... Hmm? This statue? Oh no, that was the language thing. Like changing it to English to see if the English voices are back. And what I meant by Statue of the Seven to like Natlan is just the fact that standing here, it's not even 11 kilometers to the quest in Natlan. I mean, I know it's just an in-game map thing, and it would be ridiculous to make it Teyvat, actual Teyvat sized, but it just feels kind of funny always to just see, oh yeah, it's just not even 11 kilometers. Like, if I really wanted to, I could cycle that in close to half an hour. Well, granted, like, everything is flat and the wind isn't being a pain, but, you know, details. It's also, like, it doesn't bother me, I just find it kind of funny. Also, if indeed the English voices are back, strap in, because we're probably gonna do Act 5 as well today. If indeed the English voices are back.
Wait, isn't that Yansan? Wonder what she's doing here.
It's honestly with headcanon, it's so off-putting to hear Ian-san being referred to with she/her pronouns. like many people have the headcanon. That little one being like trans-masked. Well, if they're back, strap in, because we're probably gonna do Act 5 as well.
I brought all the stuff over, Coach. What's next?
Well, I mean, yeah, it can't come back if it was never there to begin with. Well, that's the thing. Like, you've been mostly by, like, with my Natlan streams. Where, like, I had to put it in Chinese, and then I have to read everything. When I can listen to everything, I have VODs that are almost 12 hours long. I'm pretty sure I did Sumeru Act 1 and 2 in the same stream. Sumeru Act 3 and 4 in the same stream. I did Fontaine Act 1 and 2 in the same stream. And I think I still did like others in the same day. Just other things came up in between. So yeah. I am no stranger to streaming for over 10 hours, like a quest, not even just yapping, like actual quest. I haven't streamed in a while, and also, you know, fatigue doesn't help. But anyway... we ball.
Just take it easy before the real work begins. You two are in charge of repairing the houses to the north. The rest of you should go west. The road practically crumbled beneath my feet on my way here. The whole thing will need to be reinforced.
All right, I'll start by moving the boxes over.
I'll help you. These things can get pretty heavy.
Nah, I got this. These muscles aren't just for show, you know. You see that? Perfectly defined. I can lift this stuff up with one hand.
You dare use my own spells against me, Pa. Yeah, it is kind of funny with Iansan, like many, even before they came out, kind of, I think, like a trans-mask headcanon. So, like within game, hearing she, her feels kind of odd.
Fine, as long as you don't wind up too sore to move tomorrow. I don't want to hear any complaints from you.
Just prepare to be amazed. What? My back.
Well, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Take him to get some rest and apply some meds. And you, take it easy for the next few days, all right? I don't want this getting worse, and don't push yourself.
I mean...
You can help out once you're better.
You know what I'm up. You know what I do. But wait, overrides reality. It's kind of funny that, like, if you know, you know. Like, for the people who know, the coding is there. What kind of coding we couldn't explain to you. It's just it's kind of a feeling we all unanimously get. Actually, about Ian-san, I was just, you know, someone, friend of mine joined my world earlier to Gathers. I think a local specialty. And, you know, moment of Ian-san in Kale's hut, and then I kind of had, like, this is very fresh, so I don't have too much with this yet. The idea popped into my head about Ian-san helping Kale still get as much out of her body as possible after Alizar. I was like, yes, you know, one of her dads is Sino, the General Mahamatra, but the General Mahamatra is used to military training, not being a, you know, personal coach. And that would also then, you know, could be a reason why they are there earlier than others in Natlan. So yes, that I also involve Ian-san a bit more. Huh? What? What do you mean?
I knew I should have trained harder.
I mean, I shouldn't have too many restrictions, but I guess it's also just a regular protection against spamming.
Working out is different from real work. You gotta ease into it. Anyone not have an assignment? Chief Mutoda needs our help. Ian-san! Traveler! Paimon, what are you doing here?
We were just about to ask you the same thing. We didn't expect to run into you in these parts.
Well, my tribe's in pretty good shape, all things considered. We're already done with all the repairs. I heard the Flower Feather clan was hit a lot worse though, so I decided to come help.
I mean, if you're up to it, I can do a similar thing to Kiko and see if that helps, but, you know. To be fair, I think a lot, like, others are probably a lot better to have that power, even in my own stream, than I am, because I am way too nice, but yeah.
On the way, I ran into a caravan
I haven't
of merchants
messed with
from my
that in a
tribe
while,
and brought them
though.
along. These are my students. Good memory. You a sports lover? I can design a training plan for you.
I mean, not that I'm a sports lover, but training with you does sound fun and helpful. Oh, hey, Baruka. No, it was also kind of a general thing, to be honest, about, you know, like if you're that kind of person who can actually, you know, use that kind of power and is not too nice for it, then I guess I could mess with it anyway. It has been, but energy hasn't been helping, but since I felt a bit better today, I thought I would try to get as much done as, you know, I enjoyably can.
Looks like you're in pretty good shape already. Competitive fighting, extreme sports, you could take your pick. As for you, Paimon, we might have to start you off on a balanced meal plan.
Janssen, I think you're doing this way too much off of a human-like skill and not on a Paimon skill. I'm pretty sure she actually needs that kind of sustenance. Then again, do you realize how much energy it takes to fly? I mean, I guess it's mostly a thing of like, I wouldn't mind giving you that power, but also, you know, it feels kind of odd to just thrust the power upon you. Power of the sun. Funny thing is, my flight like that would come more from the moon than anything, but... I mean, not yet. Besides, I've had instances of like artists like popping in my chat and just like making a bit of small talk before trying to thrust their services, and then I'm way too nice to do anything about it. Like the same thing that can happen like in Discord with people trying to befriend you or sending DM requests and then just, yeah. All they want is to sell their product. If the product exists in the first place. And like, as you may have witnessed, I don't know, I am way too nice to those people. I'm way too forgiving and giving the benefit of the doubt.
What? There's nothing wrong about Paimon's current meal plan. Like today, Paimon just had some blaze meat stew, fried shrimp bean balls, sour sauce kipper, and stuffed and mashed potatoes. That's practically nothing.
I mean, for a Paimon, yeah. If that's all the sustenance she gets, and she doesn't absorb much like elemental energy or whatever. Constantly flying is impressive. I... But yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't mind ascending you here as well, but it feels kind of odd to just ask in the first place, let alone so abruptly.
This case sounds even worse than I imagined. Oh, I know just the thing. Kale juice. I'll make you some soon.
Well... I have entrusted you with the power. So chat, there's actually someone to fear now because they are less hesitant to act. I mean, it doesn't feel odd to have you as one. It's mostly just feeling odd to just ask.
Kale juice? Wait, isn't that your favorite drink, Traveler? If Eon-san's going to make some for free, Paimon would feel terrible if you won't get to try it.
Anyway,
Hello,
that's
smart
enough idle
traveler.
talk for now. A little while earlier, the chief asked me to bring a few people to help with something. Are you two free?
Well,
As you can see, due to
you're dealing with an
unforeseen
INFJ
circumstances, I'm short a
who
few people.
tends to overthink things. So yeah. That secondary FE and overthinking is, you know, quite a combination.
Of course, we're also here to help. Let's go see the chief.
Perfect. Then follow me. We made it, Chief.
4.5. This it's a matter of pony life. If you ever want to go on a fever trip, pony life. And yes, that's an official Hasbro product. Oh my god. Something called oh, you should be afraid. Like, Friendship is Magic is fine, but Pony Life, how about we crank up the anfix to 11, but in like little 5-minute episodes. It's more like 111 than 11, but you know.
You're here, Eon-san. And you must be the traveler in Paimon. I've heard a lot about you. I'm sure we'll have a much better time now with your help.
Why do you sound familiar? I mean, you're
Let's
NPC,
just
so
get
that's not
straight to the
too
point.
surprising
Are the people
VA-wise.
behind you warriors from your tribe? Did something bad happen to them?
Cold. So cold. Duarte, are you there?
Getting unreconciled stars flashbacks. Although that wasn't mentally ill, that was just a dream, but, you know. I mean, it is pretty wild, but like Friendship Magic and Equestria Girls, you know, it's not more than you're already, you know. I think Winx is more unhinged like quite a bit more than Friendship is Magic and Equestria Girls. Pony life is just an experience in and of itself, and even on Brodish React, people describing it as like every episode they took a different drug. But that's pony life. Like Gen 4.5 is something else. I mean, it's, you know, not like there are proper fight scenes in Friendship is Magic as well. Or like season arcing plots. Nah. Or actually going up against gods. Not just demigods. Nah.
I'm drowning! And there's something in the water!
He's on the ground, but it almost looks like he's trying to swim.
The abyss. The abyss is coming.
I mean, wildly chaotic. That gives what people think about Pinkie Pie on the surface when like they first see Pinkie Pie. But that's a similar thing to, you know, on the surface many people might assume that Stella is just a spoiled brat, but you know, Stella is a lot more than that. And she isn't even a spoiled brat.
There are eyes in my hands, and hands in my stomach, and my stomach is full of teeth. It ate all of you. It's coming for me too.
I mean, you know who Stella is. And I mean, Pinkie Pie isn't too hard to guess which pony that is. I mean, you have nothing to worry about with Pinkie unless her mane, like, you know, unless her mane deflates, you have nothing to worry about. If her mane deflates, run. Stella, like, you know, the fairy of the sun and moon. And Pinkie Pie, I wonder if in the main 6 there is a pink pony. Like, that's what I talk about with Pinkie Pie not being too hard to guess. Like, it's just the pink one of the main 6.
But we haven't been eaten. We're right here.
Monstrous beasts! How did you get in here?
I mean, you don't have to have seen an episode to know who Pinkie Pie is, but okay. I mean, Pinkie Pie has even fought Deadpool in a death battle. That could be arranged. Get ready for Pinkamina Diane Pie. Ah, okay. Like, Pinkie Pie is like on the surface, usually like very misunderstood as a character. And maybe like that goes for kind of a show like Friendship is Magic as a whole. I think it's actually kind of like the first 2 episodes are kind of brilliant because they kind of set the stage for the rest of the series. Yes, the series evolves and matures a bit, but especially the first 2 minutes of the entire show, I think are, at least have to be part of why it became so popular. Because it immediately, like, I guess kind of little spoiler, but it immediately starts with lore. And a tragic tale. Like, if you were to ever, like, watch a little bit of it, I would recommend watching the first 2 episodes. It's a 2-parter. And then watch Lullaby for a Princess. It's a fan work that's entirely hand-drawn, and it's even a fan song. Like, if you ever expose yourself to anything MLP, I would recommend the first 2 episodes and Lullaby for a Princess. Which you can watch all of that under an hour.
As you can see, their mental state is quite poor. They went missing after the battle. We found them in the wilderness in the days that followed, but the damage had already been done.
Wait, are you the miner we talked to in Zhongli's second story quest? I could be very wrong. You actually don't really need a watch order. It can be a nice, like, little note, but it doesn't have to be too detailed. Also, Lullaby for a Princess is entirely fan work based on the 2 first minutes of the show. Like Lullaby for a Princess. But the thing is with My Little Pony Generation 4, it's literally like, just watch it in like release order, and that includes the Orchestra Girls movies. The first one taking place between season 3 and 4, second one between 4 and 5, and the third one after season 5. Well, pretty, like, English, why does straightforward have to be the easiest term to use here, and I can't use it? Well, I guess with you I can use it, but not for me. Well, probably not. Like, you're a part of Kiko's chat, so that's, yeah. But I remember something about, Anyway. I am very well. And not cooking. Now boiling, I should say. It's also the kind of thing where there are some more standout episodes, but the most important ones are usually the premiere and the final. In between they are not necessarily as important, aside from a few standout episodes, because it's a slice of life series. Many episodes are supposed to stand on their own, so yeah. Though an episode like Crusaders of the Lost Mark will not hit as much if you haven't watched the previous Crudy Mark Crusaders episodes. Not that you know what any of that means, but,
We found them unconscious in areas corrupted by abyssal tumors, lying next to their deceased comrades. My only guess is that something terrible must have happened during the battle. According to the chief of the Masters of the Nightwind, sudden exposure to a large amount of abyssal power can have mental as well as physical repercussions. We've never seen the effects this heightened before. But maybe Gasoithoth was just too powerful.
Yeah, but it's the kind of thing where when I say, like, for example, the Crusaders of the Lost Mark, like that's an episode, and then I talk about the Kingdom Crusaders, I'm not expecting you to understand the terms. It's mostly about the concept. And then I'll just use these terms like as slots, like to slot these terms in there because it's, you know, easy example.
The soy thought? What's that?
It's the abyssal monster that appeared in the sky not too long ago. After consulting our ancient legends, we decided to call it Gasoithoth, Reaper of the Abyss.
Oh, that giant black ball? Didn't we force it to retreat, though?
True. It poses no threat to us now, but whatever wound it inflicted on these warriors still endures. We scoured all sorts of records for a solution, but nothing came of it.
But, yeah, long story short, if you ever, you know, want to give MLP a chance, I would just recommend the first 2 episodes and then watch Lullaby for a Princess. And if you can handle any more pony, The Moon Rises, but don't expect the exact same quality as Lullaby for a Princess, because Lullaby for a Princess is insane. Like, even in the credits, you can see that it was worked on from 2012 to 2015. As a fan project, because the entire thing is hand-drawn.
There was some mention of a treatment from several hundred years ago, but that knowledge is long gone.
Right! You can purify abyssal power! Might as well give it a try!
Yeah, but still. Yeah, but it's insane quality. And it kind of, you know, gets more at the heart of like the show's lore. Like if you're like actually more into the show, like how deep things go. Oh no, Lullaby for a Princess is expanding on the first 2 minutes of the show. Like, Lullaby for a Princess is basically an extension of the first 2 minutes of the show, and actually doing that lore even more justice than the beginning of the show did. A tragic tale between sisters. I mean, yeah, the first 2 minutes of the show already kind of set the stage for like, okay, this is not just another kids show. This is a tragic tale between sisters. And it's kind of interesting how, you know, general populace might have seen a victory. If you look deeper into it, there was no victory. You know, I remain vague for just in case there's gonna be spoilers, but yeah. I mean, I may have, that may have, you know, subconsciously influenced quite a bit. And I mean, that topic even came up further because I literally have, you know, one day I'll continue writing things. I did do more research on King Vorak and that kind of complicated initial inspiration that was just based on the show itself. But, you know. But for that writing actually does require, like, season 1 through 9 stuff. So... King Vorak, well, I can't really say who he is without any spoilers. I mean, a bit of research I did into the comic kind of changed things. It's a bit more complicated for initial inspiration, but... How about you go watch the show and find out? Kind of evil though, people who know this show and then the name King Vorak is kind of evil to say. How about you go watch the show and find out?
That must mean purifying the abyssal power within them still isn't enough. In any case, thank you for trying.
So, what can we do now? You don't tell me my friend is just gonna be like this forever?
Come back to me, Gogeta! Please, don't leave me like this!
We beat Gasoithoth! They survived the battle! Are we really just gonna sit back and watch them lose their minds?
But yeah, if you can survive Winx, you can definitely survive the ponies. Although the ponies do have a more episodic approach. But yeah.
Of course not.
What is it, Aeon-san?
We'll take it case by case. First of all, we shouldn't keep them cooped up in here. The environment isn't doing them any good. Let them go where they feel comfortable. And the Traveler, Paimon, and I will talk to them.
But,
Winx having been a hyperfixation of mine for as long as I can remember.
Are you sure about this?
Then again, I'm sorry that you had to sit through an English dub because, well, English dubs don't particularly do English justice, unlike any of the other dubs, like any of the other languages. Like, when I genuinely prefer the Dutch script and voice acting, like, I'm not talking like any voice artist, because I'm pretty sure many great voice artists have been part of, like, English Winx dubs, but, you know, the execution of which is most likely not on them at all. There's a problem when I prefer the Dutch one over the English one.
I know you're worried, but we don't have any other solution, right? Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But we won't know until we try.
Yeah, but even then, it's kind of hard, like, to convey. Like, if we ever bring this topic up again while Mama is with us, they can actually attest to this too. Like, they have Portuguese, like Brazilian Portuguese, and not Dutch, obviously. But yeah, that's how deep it goes. That's how dirty the English dubs were done. Oh! Hey, Mama! Mama, we're talking about, like, Winx dubs and how the English dub has been done so dirty. well, English dubs have been done so dirty compared to other languages. Exactly. Honestly, I would love if at some point a bunch of fans came together for like a fan dub. Like non-profit, just as like passion for the show. Created a dub that actually does things justice, but then also console people who are used to non-English dubs or even just used to the original. To hopefully get a definitive Wings dub. Exactly, yeah. And that especially goes even more for like what I've heard about Secret of the Lost Kingdom. Because apparently Secret of the Lost Kingdom has no good English dub. Like not even like decent. Yeah. But you know, that's why we can stand up for the English dub and be like, they could have done so much better. It's also kind of the thing where, besides being a crime, it also feels a lot less like Wings than any other like language dub. So yeah. And like there's some like smaller hiccups, for example in the Dutch dub, like Griffin's assistants could have used a bit more work. Like the other teachers at Cloud Tower besides Griffin. But like the main cast is, yeah. A inferior cartoon, I might even say. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like the original, originally Winx is Italian, but I've also watched in Italian, and I'm not bothered by the voices. Of course, I can't really judge the script, but still. Same with Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, which I should actually continue. Yes, I have been watching Wings in Brazilian Portuguese. Anyway. Exactly. The funny thing is though, Darkar. Like of course, if you have nostalgia for a Darkar, it might feel different. But the only Darkars I'm really a big fan of are Italian and Dutch. Also because they don't feel necessarily as overly cartoony. If that makes sense. Like, I can't really describe it, but yeah. Yeah. But I mean, that's bias, you know, it's very understandable. Like, it's a good, if not great, dub, and you have nostalgia for it. Unlike the English dub, which, you know, many English speakers are stuck with one dub, which is a crime. Exactly, and the funny thing about that is there are multiple English dubs. Like there are multiple English dubs, and none of them hold a candle to any of the other languages that at least we have listened to. It is that deep. I mean, even Unicorn of War made an entire series about the English dubs of Wings. Or at least there was like a Nickelodeon series, and maybe the dubs video was part of that. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's like there's like a series on the many dubs of Wings Club, and then referring to the many English dubs. It's also the kind of thing that, you know, obviously he judges it compared to the other English dubs. So when he says like, "Oh yeah, this dub is due to like this like performance," and you're just sitting there like, I mean, it's better. Most of it still doesn't hold a candle to any other language, though. At least the languages that we have heard. But yeah, and the funny thing is, so a bit, is the Darkar. I'm really picky about, but yeah. Well, luckily you don't have to only take my word. You know, you can take the word of two people. Although it's a more common sentiment. Like if you look in the comments, you know, about like Wings reactions. It's sad. Because those people, you know, the reactor only speaks English, so they don't have much of a choice. But, you know, it's kind of a sad sentiment that they can never have the full Wings experience. I guess it's also like, Wings, the characters also, like, look a lot older. And, like, even if it feels like earlier seasons might feel like more of a first draft. You know, it's not as whimsical as like many American dubs, like to portray cartoons, which for many cartoons, it's fine, but like that, like more high-pitched, dramatic voices in like that kind of dramatic doesn't necessarily fit as well with the Wings characters when you've experienced the superior dubbing. Like, they actually sound like 16 to 18-year-olds. To be fair, American dubbing can not really sound like any age, to be honest, but...
Well, don't just stand there. Let them go. Send someone to follow them, but don't stick too close. We just need to keep tabs on them.
Then again, Wings, I think, was also more inspired by, like, anime than Western
All right.
animation.
It's up to us now.
So,
let's talk to them one by one.
I guess it's also American dubbing might have a case of people who dub might not actually be the ones who watch the dub. Or like animation in general and think, oh yeah, of course, you gotta ask them. Like, of course you have anime and like voices can be over the top, but that's usually done well and done right instead of, yeah. Mm-hmm. I guess it just kind of frustrating when you know that Wings can be so much better, but none of the English dubs do it justice. And like I'm personally with Darkar and my own bias with Roxy as well.
This is a bad situation, but I know the warriors will find a way to pull through. After all, we've overcome so many challenges already. What's one more? Let's see. One of those guys was talking about being cold. Do you still remember him? It's not often that you see someone almost drown on dry land. Let's go talk to him. Found him. Hello? Can you hear me?
So dark, so cold. I want to go home.
Okay, just wait a little longer and we'll take you home. The caravan from my tribe should have brought some firewood. I think starting a bonfire might help.
Huh?
When it's dark, damp, and cold, what's better than a fire? Maybe the light and warmth will help change what he sees. Wait here while I grab some firewood.
Light. Underwater. Where is it coming from?
Not far at all, because we're caught up in conversation.
Someone there? Please save me. No, wait. You have to leave this place. The water's too deep. You won't make it.
It's okay. We brought some friends from the people of the springs. They're great swimmers. We're here to save you.
I love Aeon-san's approach. Like, to guide someone out isn't just to say that nothing's real. Guide someone out is to, like, meet them there and then take them with you. So.
No. Please. Just leave me. Duarte.
Oh no, it's not working anymore!
Looks like the bonfire wasn't enough. That was the second time he mentioned the name Duarte. Maybe we can start there. Let's ask around and see what we can learn.
True Genshin style, what is a path?
My friend, is he any better?
We're working on it. But I wanted to ask, does the name Duarte ring any bells for you?
Duarte? Oh yeah, I remember. Duarte was the name of Otoko's Surian companion. Otoko almost drowned as a child, and Duarte was the one who saved him. He dove deep into the water and used all his strength to carry Otoko back to the surface. It was pretty touch and go, but both of them made it in the end.
That means we just need to bring Duarte here and...
Well, you see, Duarte died 4 years ago during an Abyss invasion. He was helping evacuate injured warriors from the front lines, but fell to an ambush.
Yeah, a big part of that sidetrack might have been, you know, to get Coma to the ponies.
Wait, what do you mean?
You're right. Duarte didn't have many distinguishing features. I don't think he ever stood out next to the others.
Based on the look on your face, I'm guessing you already have a plan. All right, let's get to work. Oh, and thank you for the information. We'll do whatever we can to help your friend.
No problem. Thank you for looking out for him.
And I mean, there's a reason that, you know, the VODs are pretty quickly like 11 hours long, even if I'm just doing like 2 acts, like earlier acts, not the act 5. There's a reason why they often end up being like, you know, instead of maybe 8 hours, 11 hours. Are you kidding me? Fine, I'll do it.
I'll race you there.
I am suspecting what they want me to do. What they want to force me into. See, even Amber doesn't want... Amber knows that I don't want to go there. But I'll have to. I mean, I already gave even less Mama, actually. Like, just watch the first 2 episodes and Lullaby for Princess and see what it's like then. Yep, I suspected as much.
We're back! How are you feeling?
Duarte? How did you get here? Are you here to save me?
It's working!
Shh. You didn't promise that a coma. I already didn't. I wouldn't have said that you promised anything, but coma, that's a double negative. Coma, that's a double negative.
You sense it, don't you? This place is dangerous. Still. Hearing you make that noise reminds me of our first few battles together.
You did say...
you were such a little thing back then.
I didn't promise nothing.
No idea what I was doing.
So that means you did promise something. Now that's just the mood. Only paying attention to the streamer.
Wait, not so hard.
That hurt. Duarte, you have to get out of here. There's something in the water. You're gonna carry me out of here just like last time. Over a decade later and you're still trying to save me. I can't believe you made it this deep underwater, but I'm so glad you found me. Once we're out of here, let's split a huge portion of blazed meat stew. Just like old times. I owe you for this. We're almost at the surface. People tried to tell me you were dead, you know. As if I'd let that happen. I promised to protect you. There's no way No. Wait. I failed.
Oh no, he's getting suspicious.
I mean, Coma. As I mentioned before, no one can resist the ponies forever. Sooner or later, we all succumb. Oh yeah, because it's not just about, you know, Cozy Glow, for example. It's also about the avatars of reflection. You ain't promised nothing, implying that you did promise something. Wait, come to think of it, Sunset's magic is actually like reflection. You know, because red, isn't that on the opposite of the color wheel as green? Oh. Sooner or later, we all succumb to the ponies. And I guess not so ponies, but you know. Which I may or may not incorporate with Cozy as well, but no details.
Duarte? Wait, you're not Duarte.
I mean, it's not exactly green. Sunset's magic. It's closer to blue, but still. Sunset. But come on, Mama. Oh wait. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about sunset. Well, wait. I have already explained this to you, so you already know. Even if you didn't know from watching it yourself. Like the two-toned magic of sunset. I see this as an absolute win. Mama in more Genshin lore. Coma joining us in ponies.
How did I get here? Who are you people?
Toko!
Is Kaylee? What's going on? All I remember is the battle against the Abyss, and then I was drowning. And a Saurian that looked like
Coma,
Duarte
well that's
saved
just
me.
unfair because
How did I get here?
Mama has a device problem. I mean, I'm hoping to reconcile that soon, but first I have, you know, possibly 2,700 to
All that
spend
for me?
on
All I
something
did
else.
was cause trouble for everyone.
That's euros, by the way.
I'm so sorry.
None of this is your fault. Maybe it's not my place to say this, but go easy on yourself. You deserve to move past what happened here, and what happened to Duarte.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go on, get some rest. East Kaylee, we'll leave him to you. Seems like the key to getting through to them is whatever they cherish the most. Kind of like their last spark of hope.
Oh?
Now we know how to help the others.
I can't?
Let's take heart from this and keep going.
The funny thing is, the 2,700 has actually a lot to do with Mama, but... that's when she's in Europe anyway. So then, you know, that's one flight less to pay for.
Hey, there's something strange over there. Come on, let's take a look. It's coming for me. It's gonna eat me.
It's okay. There's nothing to fear. Gasoithoth has lost. Nothing can hurt you anymore.
It's no use. It'll just come back. Nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop the abyss.
To be fair, I know who's at the head of the Abyss Order, which is harder to stop. But the Abyss is just another force. Not a force to overcome. Huh? Mama, we talked about this already. Like, once I finally get, like, you know, 21 plus money sorted, I could book it, you know.
It will devour everyone. One day, we'll all be reunited in the pit of its stomach.
Maybe it's just Paimon, but she seems to be in even worse shape than Atoko. She can talk to us, but nothing she says makes any sense. She also seems really afraid.
I'ma just linger on this for people who get upset about, like, viewpoints and waypoints not being unlocked.
Afraid is right. I wonder what triggered it. The battle against the Abyss? Or maybe like Atoko, it's some deep-rooted fear, and the Abyss just made it worse. Alright, just like before, let's go see what we can learn about her past.
Ion-san, I heard you cured Atoko? I'm so relieved. Is there anything I can do to help? If you need extra hands, I can...
Actually, I have plenty of excuse in the fact that, like, I haven't even really been able to play because of fatigue. So, like, at all, like, play at all. So, doesn't mean I'm, you know, not still excited about possibly spending an entire month together.
I think you're onto something. The mental distress does seem to be connected to pre-existing fears and anxieties.
I mean, you're not one part of the pony, so should I take that demand?
Kochita doesn't like it when people talk about her past. But the situation is urgent. So, I guess I'll be the bad guy.
Twitch stream delay. Well, I think I know why. I'm streaming from my PS4 on Wi-Fi. So yeah.
Ian-san, do you believe there are people in this world destined for battle?
Yes, I get that feeling sometimes when I'm instructing a particularly gifted student. It's something like, wow, you were born to play this sport.
Then, what about people destined to be unfit for battle?
Huh? What do you mean?
When Conchita was little, her parents died fighting the Abyss. She was only 11 or 12 at the time, and her brother, even younger still. The two saw their parents collapse in a pool of blood as flames roared and spread all around them. Conchita trained hard to become a warrior, but still found fighting Abyss monsters too difficult to handle. She and her brother were left with severe trauma after the incident. Pain and fear that they could not get over no matter what.
I mean, Coma. I'm pretty sure Mama would be on my side about, you know, using it as a bargaining chip to get you to the ponies.
But isn't Conchita one of the warriors who fought the Abyss? Didn't you find her unconscious out on the field?
Yes, we did. You see, something changed within her several years ago when the Abyss attacked our tribe and broke into her home. By the time the guards rushed to the scene, they found her standing there, weapon outstretched, hands trembling. Her brother huddling behind her for safety, and the Abyss monster dead at her feet. She didn't even look at it, and just kept repeating the same thing over and over.
Oh, Bulbasaur, our episodes are never reasonable. Let's
I won't
kick
let
it.
anything happen to you.
Oh, oops. It's even better because I don't think anyone here would have seen Pokemon Talks and no idea what I'm talking about. Oh, Bulbasaur, our episodes are never reasonable. Let's kick it. Like, Mama has never been reasonable, and I've never been fair.
She became a completely different person after that. She earned a reputation as a very capable warrior, and fought countless battles against the Abyss. We all thought she overcame the trauma, and we were so happy for her. But now it seems like even if she buried it deep within herself, the fear still never left her.
Honestly, it sounds like the trauma was a motivator to not be helpless. But, Well, I mean, I think there are many guides on how to try to reason with gods, if that's how you see us. I'm more of a demigod, though, avatar-wise. Like Avatar of the Anchor of Connection, more of a demigod than a full-on god. But and then you decided to take someone in who does use it a lot and tries to understand logic. So you kind of have to adapt that as well. Yeah, I mean, of course I try to actually follow the story. I will, you know, like, I'm not gonna skip story, especially important, probably important stuff. Like, that would just physically hurt me to do so.
fighting the Abyss was her way of making sure she wouldn't lose anyone else.
How do you lose that detail about her trauma? Just like trauma response. Like, I mean, besides, I would probably already naturally be inclined to take care of others. Like, my mom friend status is probably also in big part being the person that you needed. Or even need. So others at least have that person, while I would already be like the mom friend, that probably really amplified that part of me. So, which, yeah, and now I have a mama of my own. Yeah, it's Mother's Day. I'm pretty sure I even mentioned it before my mic worked, and then when my mic worked, and I already sent Mama something at like 12 for me today, so.
Maybe the thought of experiencing that pain again scared her more than the Abyss. On the outside, her choice to fight made her seem strong, but she never forgot the trauma of that night. The Abyss just brought it back to the surface.
Isn't it like, that we're even more menaces because, we are actually capable of being wholesome? I mean... I mean, Mama, you would have probably made me tear up, if not more, if my hormone balance was, doing better. A lot better than it is now. Like, that's probably the only reason why I can, stay more composed to things like this, because hormone balance.
How can we help her?
This one is tricky. If we can find the right opportunity, then...
Quali?
Quali, What are you doing with that weapon?
Show me the monster that hurt you! I'll make it pay! I'm going to protect you this time!
Calm down, Quali. That monster is already...
I can do it! I don't care what it takes! I just want her to get better. She's the only family I have left.
Family?
Oh, hold on, Chief Mutoda. Looks like Kuchita's responding to his words.
If Quali goes to battle, the Abyss will devour him. I can't let that happen. I have to do something. But it's useless. No one can beat the Abyss. It's a death sentence. Just like what happened to Mom and Dad. But I'm no warrior. I'm just a coward. Still, I have to protect Quali. What should I do?
I mean, you say just a coward, but you know, cruel. Yeah, reminded of Daleks and the Doctor. Like, are you cruel or cowardly? Coward, any day. Never be cruel, never be cowardly. But if it's between cruel or cowardly, coward, any day.
Kuchita.
Fight it! One more time?
Good idea, Traveler. Her fear of the Abyss runs deep, but she still has the will to fight. She just needs to defeat an Abyss monster by herself, and we can prove to her that the Abyss isn't indestructible, just like you said. I think it's worth a try. Plus, with us around, we can make sure she won't get hurt. Although, that also means finding an Abyss monster.
Ian-san, we're in Natlan. I don't think it's that hard to find an Abyss monster.
Try checking the mountains to the north. A few fled in that direction after the battle. I dispatched a team to clear them out, so most of them should be gone. But there might still be a few stragglers.
Great. Then let's go right now. Kuchita, think you can make it?
There's no turning back. I have to face it, even if it will devour me whole.
I'm coming too! I'm not letting my sister face this alone! Not anymore!
All right, then stick close. Let's go.
Someone caught on late. Yay! Can be there. She play.
Found him. Let's get started.
Mama, what I did.
Everything all right, Kuchita?
I
You don't have to force yourself to do this.
I went up for the waypoint, stood next to it, also looked at the viewpoint, and then I teleported away. Not unlocking it. I mean, it will play it well enough until Mama gets Framework 12, you know? With 48 gigabytes of RAM. No dedicated graphics cards, but I think most CPUs nowadays do have integrated graphics, so... Thank you, Mama. Oh, come on, like you're not a glutton for punishment during Kiko streams as well.
How can we make this easier for her? I guess we could wear them down first, but I think it's better to stand guard for now. We should wait for the right moment to intervene.
You were the ones who killed them! As a kid, I thought my parents were invincible. They were always so strong and gentle. They seemed like the most powerful people in the world.
I mean, he does refuse to even open the map in the first place. And taking delight in how it seems to be affecting you. But I mean, Mama will have a Framework 12 with 48 GB of RAM soon enough, so... And yet, you keep coming for more. So... Hmm? I mean, I could always get the Framework 16 without graphics card first, and then get the graphics card later on. Only a €450 upgrade, which, you know, either I spend immediately or later, so... It doesn't really get any cheaper to do it with the laptop than later, so... Yeah, it's a thing, Framework 12, like, it doesn't have a dedicated graphics card, but it probably, like, you know, modern CPUs have integrated graphics. And, you know, down the line, I could always get Mama an external graphics card, given I'm pretty sure Framework laptops do support, like, Thunderbolt speeds, or whatever the actual term is that actually is capable of external graphics card shenanigans.
But I can still see the image of them collapsed at my feet that night. The raging fire, the smoke, the smell of blood, the sound of my brother's cries. It's all burned into my brain.
I mean, I'm a trans fan. It's kind of, you know... I kind of have to know a bit about these things. It's a part of my people.
They told me to run, and I
This is such a disconnect between gameplay and chat.
I've been running from my fears ever since. But why didn't my parents run? It must have been because...
You can do it!
Because of our family. When you have someone to protect, there's no backing down. No matter what.
That's so true. And it only amplifies when it's indeed personal. But like, you know, the whole avatar of a anchor thing. Part of the promise is that protection, but you kind of, you know, extend it even beyond personal. You know, life is easy when you only fend for yourself, but also even more vulnerable. And not nearly as vibrant. I guess that's also where the anchor of vibrance is there too. Yeah. Sounds like any stream. Any good stream. Whimsical chat. Absolutely terrific, terrifying things in game. Wait, we have to help? Isn't this... Well, okay, I know why we have to help, but it feels less effective when you come there with a bunch of elements.
I can do this. I have to do this.
That's true. No one fights alone, but if you want to be able to be like, hey, you can do this, you're strong enough to fight them off. Like, and just, like, you know, I thought, like Jansan said, that we would be standing guard, so she wouldn't be alone, but she could, you know.
Where are the rest? Where are they hiding?
Okay, don't replace your trauma or have a trauma response in Bloodlust. That feels like a slippery slope, please.
That last strike was absolute perfection. You pulverized them in a single hit.
That's impossible. They were gigantic beasts crawling with eyes, ready to devour everything in sight. No. Wait. What am I saying? Abyss monsters are not actually that scary. I've defeated them before. I know I have.
She's back to normal!
Kuchina! What just happened?
That's true. Does that mean I can't poke fun at it though? Even if I understand why, and you know, it's a good way to go about it. Doesn't mean I can't poke fun at it. Just like the fact that it's not even 11 kilometers between Natlan and Dragon Spy.
But in the end, maybe I never made any progress at all.
It's important to listen to your limits. Just like in training, pushing too hard will only hurt you in the long run. Everyone needs time to rest.
Things I've heard about trans femmes that have a lot more discipline than I do. Absolutely destroying their voice. Trying to practice too much.
Besides, I have a feeling you won't have to face those fears alone anymore.
Even though we're both scared of monsters, you were always the one who stepped up to protect me. But not anymore. I'm going to get stronger. From now on, we're in this together.
Okay, hold on now. From now on, you will be in this together. Recognizing your limits also means recognizing that you're, like, appear to be a human child. Also saying this with Mama here is kind of a catch, but, you know, Mama is at least aware, you know. The children yearn for the battlefield. That bloodlust may not be contained. Mama? What? I wasn't... Oh, that's actually a good idea, but, nothing, Exactly. Should make a note of that. I mean, I currently have only vanilla, but that's also because I have enough. Because I find it fun to do things vegan as well. So, I mean, vegan is significantly more expensive, but still, the ice cream's good. So. I even have like forest berry jam. There's a variety of berries thrown into a jam, which I sometimes also mix into it.
Is that so? Then I'll look forward to the day when you'll be all big and formidable. I finally feel like myself again.
Oh,
I couldn't have done it without you all. Thank you for everything. I think I'll rest here for a bit. I don't think I can make it back to the tribe just yet.
I'll keep you company.
All right, then we'll head back. I made sure to check the surrounding area for monsters, and it's all clear, so take your time. Sometimes, our fears never truly leave us. But tomorrow's a new day. As long as you keep moving forward, there will be better days to come.
I'll fight by your side until every last monster is gone.
That's very brave of you. But you know what would make me even happier? If this whole war would end tomorrow, so you would never have to fight at all.
The gliding champion of Mondstadt.
Koichi, give me a hand for a sec. Right.
Kochita's getting better, too.
So all those rumors about the Traveler really are true.
What? What kind of room? That's one way to start it.
Atoko's all better. Did you hear?
Really?
Yes, really. It's all thanks to the Traveler and Ian-san.
I see. I was wondering why the Traveler was chosen to accompany the Pyro Archon in the final battle. But I guess she really can do the impossible.
What is it, Coma? What is it? Isn't there though? Haven't you given me a reason not? Wait a minute. Yes, I am pretty despicable. Wait a minute. This I'll just forget, so you're lucky on this one, Coma. Well, the waypoints I can find a lot easier again than the Paraculus, so... Mama has unlocked something else. Shrill Oculi.
That's 2 people down. You're an amazing problem solver, Traveler. Probably a well-honed skill from all your travels, right?
Yeah, we've already carried 6 stations by this point. But I guess it also kind of reminds me now of the little proof of concept I did with the Traveler and Farina. As Farina asked for personal help and not just, hey, your particular skill set. I mean, I've already thrown that into the writing channel before. Well, that's actually what I'm talking about. With the Traveler and Farina, and how Farina asked for them as a person and not their skill set. Which made the Traveler a whole lot less salty about it.
You really know how to give people hope. Ever since you came to Natlan, I've been feeling a lot better about our chances of winning this war.
Yeah, honestly, Paimon was at a complete loss when she saw so many sick people on the hot air balloon platform. We only found a solution this time because you kept your cool and took control of the situation. You deserve most of the credit.
Well, who am I to turn down such a nice compliment? Most people say the first step is the hardest, but it's not actually all that hard.
What decision?
Exaggerating the difficulty in your own head is where the fear comes in. I'll never get it, or might as well not try. I hear that kind of talk all the time. But if you break your goal into smaller parts, the first steps might actually turn out to be the easiest.
Reminds me of me believing in Mama, and then, if, you know, she has a tendency to overthink, but she, you know, comes through in the end. And she's quite a natural, so.
Whoa, you're right. That makes a lot of sense.
What is it, Mama? Well, I mean, it's you, but also what you've already shown gives me a lot of faith, so. Especially with what you've shown, it's, you know, kind of ridiculous how, you know, well you do. Because a lot of the times in those situations, I am actually asking quite a lot, then you pull through anyway, so. Ah, just because, you know, it's not a lot to you, like, as my mother, doesn't mean it, you know, isn't still quite a thing to ask of someone to deal with it that way. But, you know, I also covered it in what I sent today, so...
Just like when I told you to eat less meat and drink more kale juice. You probably heard that and thought, I can never eat meat again. I'll have to drink kale juice for every meal. I'll practically starve. In reality, all it takes to start is eating 2 fewer servings of blazed meat stew and adding some kale juice for nutrition. That's it. It's not about making drastic changes all at once.
I mean, I guess I also wouldn't really know, so...
That sounds like something Paimon could do, but would that really change anything?
Consistency is key. You can't accomplish your goals in one fell swoop. You have to eat away at them, little by little. My ancient name means power. Did you know that? So everyone thought I would grow up to be this tall, burly, muscular warrior. But that's not what happened. A lot of people were confused and disappointed. My fellow warriors couldn't understand why I inherited that name over them. At first, I also felt lost. It was only later that I realized true strength basically boils down to problem solving. Physical strength is just a means to an end like everything else. So I began to break problems down into smaller parts. When facing an impossible situation, you just need to act. And if you fail, so what? That's just life.
So I would just let this linger here for a bit, you know. For no particular reason, I'll just let this linger here for a bit. Oh.
Anyway, that's what I've learned over the years. Maybe it'll come in handy for you someday.
I guess not.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, Paimon's almost encouraged to start drinking kale juice tomorrow. No, today. Paimon will start today. You're amazing, Ansan. You really make Paimon feel like she can do the impossible. Maybe your true strength is giving other people strength.
I don't deserve that much credit.
Yes, you do, but also, I mean, it's Paimon. I wouldn't expect the most perfect phrasing. I would more see more of a wording of like sharing strength with others, because, you know, just giving others strength feels a bit subservient, while sharing feels like, you know, everyone being lifted up.
You already have that strength within you. I'm sure you've faced more obstacles than I can imagine during your travels. But you never gave up. That proves it.
Well, to be fair, what you said, you've mentioned like physical strength as a means to an end, and a lot of what we've been through, they just needed the traveler's abilities, not necessarily them as a person, so... I mean, you do have more challenges, like in We Will Be United, where the traveler is very strong for pushing through, but, you know, a lot of the travels have actually been just, hey, the traveler's abilities, and not them being strong as a person.
I bet I could learn a thing or two from you.
Though I guess, you know, still being willing to help after carrying 6 nations is, you know... But... I mean, it's like even worse because most of that quest is actually pretty good. Until the end.
Ian-san, bad news! Okoland is out of control!
Stay calm. I'll be right there. Looks like the time for conversation is over. Come on, let's go see him.
Mama, just play and you'll see.
What are you doing, Okoland? Wake up!
Don't you recognize us, my boy?
The abyss monsters are everywhere. Everywhere.
You know, and this is also kind of shown how most people have no clue how to deal with like mental health stuff, and even some so-called professionals thinking they know a lot better than the person themselves. Which doesn't help anyone.
They've taken over the tribe. No corner is safe. Did we lose the battle? No. It's pointless to think about that now. A warrior only has one job. Fight until the very end.
I mean, kinda, but there's a bit more nuance in it.
Careful! He's not himself! Okotlan!
Get back! I don't think he can hear us right now. We need to get him under control. Let's go!
Excuse me? We're gonna just beat him up? I mean, to be fair, I don't have many other ideas, but still.
It's okay, we're not the bad guys!
That time on! That's very helpful.
Get out of my tribe!
Okay, maybe using Oz here is a bit disrespectful, but
Dad,
give it
Archon, this is my final battle!
But I guess nuance is also important, and recognizing that even if things can look alike, they're not of the same nature, so... Oh.
Please, son, you've got to stop. You can't keep going like this.
Yeah. Well, exactly, Koma. It just... it's honestly kind of therapeutic, the way they go about it, but also exposing... Like, it's not just everyone handling it perfectly. It's also showing people who think they know, but they're not actually, you know, they do it more from themselves, rather than the person they are trying to help. It's, I mean, this is a bit of a heavy example, but also the entire thing of like, oh no, but we'll miss you. And it's like, that's, one, doesn't help, and two, you want them to stay for you and not for themselves. Like, that's a bit of a heavy, but also, you know, more of an easy example. Like, because it's an extreme example, it kind of gets the point across a lot easier. That so many people think from themselves and not the person they're actually trying to help. And it's like, well, that doesn't help if you're trying to help them. Otherwise, you're just trying to help you in a weird way, rounding them. Hi. Like, for example, here, yeah, this. If evidently they can't hear you regularly, then also be creative as well, and don't just try to hammer in the same thing, which obviously has proven to not work. Which, I mean, this also comes in like a lot of my own struggle with even the like professional help and such. Mostly also surrounding like some kind of dissociative disorder that must be going on, at least, you know, following this world's science. But they can, and like, you know, I've been alone for many years, building my own life basically, and then professionals still trying to bring up the entire history of the body, even if that's not about me, or even they still go with the, oh yeah, you should, you know, what's the correct term again? Like, fuse or merge with another alter. And like, I've been alone for very long, okay? I don't think it's quite helpful to bring like others or memories back. But, you know, the book says so. So you must follow. Or when I coped more with what this world sees as fiction, you know, trying to shut it down, or like pretending they didn't, but, you know, secondary FE, good luck trying to, you know, convince someone when you don't actually mean it. I know, right? That's crazy that people aren't a one-size-fits-all. Especially when it comes to psychology. But yeah, and then also, you know, if you tell someone who's like coping more in what this world would call fictional, it doesn't help to just say that it's not real or that they're crazy. They will just double down because you've shown to be not safe, instead of actually letting them heal, you know, like grow and then find their own way. Although, to be honest, if people are allowed to believe in a, like, you know, big sky daddy, then I feel like, you know, should just kind of extend that to others, as long as they're not hurting themselves or others with it. And also, people often in the name of that big sky daddy hurt others, so like, that little side tangent. But yeah, and that's, I guess, what kind of, you know, because of personal experience, kind of came up in my mind here, even though I've never really hallucinated. It's, you know, it's something else. It's still like, if someone is experiencing something, it's real to them. And to then dismiss that is basically just, you know, gaslighting them at that point. Yay! Definitely. I mean, I'm only happy if I'm able to get a laugh out of you, so... And it was supposed to be kind of, you know, not all that, like, serious calling it. Was to get a point across. Exactly, I mean, there's a reason why they played comedy on the radios, even during, like, World War II. But, yeah, I guess, you know, I mean, in a similar, like, obviously not on the same level, but like in a similar vein, this is, you know, like nowhere near on the same level, but almost kind of hitting me like Nouvellette Story Quest. We can't really get into that now because someone hasn't been playing. But, you know, the social commentary in there as well. I guess, like, two big points indeed to kind of summarize you can take from this is the whole people often try to like help themselves more than the person they're claiming to want like to help. Maybe they want to, but they still end up more helping themselves, trying to help themselves than the other person. Oh yeah, that like even if it was like even longer ago and with my hormone levels, like it got me to tear up. So yeah. I would have absolutely broken down if my hormone levels were better. Well, good that you're curious, because then, you know, you can go and play. But yeah, so the first thing, like many people, you know, even if they want to help someone, but just like if they claim to be helping someone, try to help themselves more than the person that needs help in that specific situation or circumstance. And also, you know, if someone is experiencing something and you just say that it's not real or not that big of a deal, like, you know, even if it's only, you know, something they experience, it's still, you know, they still experience it. So dismissing that is basically gaslighting at that point. And I mean, here, luckily, the person couldn't hear it. But nonetheless, if they could hear it, it's almost more like gaslighting. And I mean, it's also when I played that quest, you know, with the social commentary in it, you know, at a time where I was already like started to learn more about themes that are also brought up in that quest, and also with certain communities and such. So, yeah. Harder, but like with this particular quest, yeah. Of course there's more, like also that PTSD, like coping mechanism, like becoming stronger to be able to handle it. Like those are more specific, but like overarching, like those 2 points about more helping yourself than the person you claim to be helping, and basically gaslighting them because you're dismissing what they're experiencing. Uh, I also feel like such a stereotype now. As an INFJ, I feel like very much a stereotype now. Thank you, Mermista. Because I'm the princess of ice cream now. It's also kind of funny that this interlude I've actually been enjoying a lot more than other things in Natlan, but I guess that's also because just the writing feels good and it's not, you know, under the same scrutiny that an Archon quest would be. Well, it is an Archon quest, but you know what I mean. I mean, personally, again, like bedtime story. Like most of the quest is pretty good. Just the ending is, yeah, kind of falls apart.
Wretched monsters! Give me my family back! Look, Uncle Lan! That's your father! He's standing right in front of you!
But, like, that's also, like, another thing, that there's, you know, more going on than the current moment, which this quest is also brilliantly showing, that it's more than the current moment. Maybe there's more context. But also, you know, make sure the context you do get is relevant and not, in my situation for example, people trying to get to the entire history of the body. Well, I'm like, that doesn't help me. Although, disclaimer, While I hope I give a satisfying reaction, I might be a bit critical, you know? Like, I'm not one to drink the Kool-Aid, on like, you know, just like, I can acknowledge if a scene is like well written or like a fight is fun, but I'll still look at the overarching things. Well, ask the professionals why that would help me, because they seem to think so. Yeah, that's true. And honestly, I do also find it kind of refreshing, like you with Fontaine, for example, not for drinking the Kool-Aid. Especially when someone can acknowledge that, hey, it's not all bad. You know, just because you like something less doesn't mean it's all bad, kind of thing. But I guess you also enjoyed that with me talking about Natlan, so... Okay, the primordial. Oh no! Oh yeah, that was it. Oh no, I'm just reminded of what I think Yekage called the primordial seawater. Like, if I remember correctly, he called it the primordial bathwater. um, oh no. Mm-hmm. Oh, finally! Someone else was as upset about quick starts as we are. It's also the kind of thing where, honestly, quick start only really feels like it would make sense in a way if like Natlan was actually story locked, and otherwise you would have to wait that long to actually level your Natlan characters. Otherwise, I'm like, you can already like, fight the weekly bosses on your own if you really want to. So. It is also kind of funny that I can't really describe it, but it also kind of feels like they almost held back with Natlan, knowing that there was a quick start feature. Meanwhile, people who quick start wouldn't care in the first place. I mean, sure, Act 5 can do a lot, but I'm not gonna drink the Kool-Aid of like, oh, final act fix everything, unless, at least probably. I can't really see how it would, so yeah. Especially on a level of like, sheer story-wise it might fix things, but looking at it from a perspective of like a first time through, it can still be a problem. I guess it's also like my thing with Fontaine. Well, yes, I would have, it is a thing where there should have been more overarching story. But like the pacing of Fontaine itself was so great. And like the story structure, like Fontaine itself, that it felt less jarring from a writing perspective. Also because they didn't necessarily try as much, and it was like the fifth nation, feeling kind of like on the border of like how much you should get into more overarching story. Actually, but it's the point. It's supposed to feel slow because you're in a prison. Hmm? I mean, I get that it's tiring, and I can't really speak because I can play 2 Genshin acts in one go when it's English. Anyway. So I can't really speak on other people's stamina. And I am drinking quite the Kool-Aid of like, but for the story. And I acknowledge that I'm kind of an outlier because I wouldn't have even minded if Natlan was story locked. So, you know. I think they did kind of masterfully personally. With Act 3, like, yes, it feels like a bit long, I'm like getting bored, but also like part of experience, and there's like still enough mystery to be like, okay, what's on here? But yeah, I can see why some people would kind of fall off, but personally, you know, I also can't really see how else they would have, you know, incorporated, you know, that feeling as well as they have. I mean, I personally try to avoid any terms. What Coma is doing is on Coma. I guess, like, to be fair, besides Yaikage's videos, I haven't played Sumeru since its release, like Archon Quest. But personally, I also never really felt like it going on for too long. Like, I can't remember that I felt that way. I mean, to be fair, they could have put a bit more focus on the desert conflict to, like, people of the academia. Like, I would have liked that there was more focus on that, like, class divide. But, like, again, I've played, like, 2 acts in one go, so, like, it going on for too long is usually not that big of an issue for me. I mean, the desert conflict itself, they put too much focus on. I'm more talking about, you know, the discrimination part between the academia and people of the desert. Like the Scarlet King, that admittedly felt a little, like, repeated. I'm more talking about the conflict between the people of the desert and the people from the academia. Okay, that's true. I guess back then I didn't also criticize it as much as I would now. I guess exploring that conflict might have been better in subsequent quests. But we were there for the Hida and the tree, but it's also kind of, we got like, you know, English terms. Kind of swept up, I guess. Terms aren't really coming to me. Within that conflict and without that unification, we also wouldn't really have been able to free Nihida, but, you know, I guess they could have executed it, like, better. Plus, there was, like, a lot of focus in that on, like, the followers of the Scarlet King and not actually the class divide. If that makes sense, from what I remember. Again, this is like 2.5 years ago for me by now. But from what I remember, it was very much focused on the followers of the Scarlet King, which is interesting. But I feel like for understanding Sumeru, it would have been more important to focus on the class divide. Yeah, from what I remember, Sumeru is also like kind of on different topics. Like it depends on Sumeru or Fontaine is my favorite, but that doesn't mean I can't acknowledge issues within them. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I feel like that's also what I might have with, like, not in the same way at all, but like with, Natlan, you know, looking at it through a more critical lens than, you know, because something was already nagging me, so it's easier to not drink the Kool-Aid. Where, for example, me enjoying Sumeru and also playing it as it came out, it was easier to drink the Kool-Aid. It's also kind of funny how I am such a lore and story fanatic that I don't even skip Inazuma on alternate playthroughs. That's also because I like hanging out with characters. Yeah. It is kind of odd. Like, if you criticize one region, you should also be able to criticize others. But people, I think I've heard also, like, especially in the West, like it when things are very black and white, like good, evil, you know, kind of. Yeah. And they can't really handle nuance that well. I mean, that's, you know, generalizing a lot, but still, instead of, you know, seeing the nuance within, you know, in this case, stories. And like, that's also why I kind of give the disclaimer, like, the last time I played Sumeru was so long ago. Like, I played Sumeru as it came out. Like, I pulled Nihida on the day, like the morning I literally woke up, started the stream, and started pulling. And then played Act 3 and 4. So that's quite a bit, quite some time ago now. And then I also acknowledged, like, the focuses were a bit odd. It would have been nicer if they managed to weave them more together. You know, possibly maybe thought more about, hey, what needs more and what needs less screen time, or like, can we check it out later as long as there's not a black screen kind of thing. I can acknowledge that there, you know, I think there's quite a bit of that in there. It was also something I need to keep in mind, is that was like my peak time playing Genshin. Get along, and also acknowledge that there are good parts. It's just, you know, for me, if I love something, I also want to criticize it. I want to love it for all it is, and not just, you know, oh no, it can't do any wrong. And like, Natlan, it's the thing where, like, I'm not gonna hate on Natlan, to be fair. I struggle hating anyway. But like, I acknowledge that there's a lot of good. I'm just very vocal about, you know, there is something about like the main Natlan Archon quest that does like nag me, so it makes it harder to enjoy the good parts. And I'm not just saying that it's all bad. But I guess in Genshin, for example, there is also something similar going on as older MCU, for example, where MCU movie is already a higher standard, so people criticize it as such. Like, often people talk about like Iron Man 2 being worse, even though I enjoyed it, but it's still a Marvel movie. Not the best example. I'm not gonna go into detail about the movies themselves, but more about the concept of like, you know, and I feel like in Genshin it's also because the story can be held to such a high degree that you also criticize it as such. Well, it's already a lot better than a lot of other media. But they raised the bar themselves. Like they raised the bar that high themselves to be criticized on that level. And it's also kind of thing where just hating is not criticism. Criticism is acknowledging it in whole, not just that you don't like something. Hmm? What? What do you have to be sorry about? I mean, I'm afraid that someone broke boycott to see a movie now, so hmm, like in theaters and not pirated. Doesn't feel like a too thought out surprise, but like thought out in the sense that someone might enjoy it, but not thought out to the extent of like, hey, the strings attached.
Get out of my home! I'll never forgive you!
Watch out!
Are you alright, sir?
I'm fine. Please, don't hurt my son. He's just trying to protect his home.
Don't worry. We'll figure something out.
What should we do now? He's different from the other two. It's like he can't hear us at all.
Also, wait a minute. Like, I just thought it so regularly, that I only now just realized Traveler used Animo in Natlan. They did it again. Using another element in a nation.
He keeps calling us monsters. We're basically enemies to him now.
Oh. If you're talking about this... Oh, oops. This... that's just me going into any menu. Like any PS4 menu, or even if I just go to the home screen of PS4, that's what you all see. It only then, that's also the pop-ups that are blacked out are about like just the microphone being broadcasted or the gameplay as well. I mean, I was taking a screenshot, that's correct. But... Hmm? No, I'm talking about like you have this blue screen, but now when I come back, there is in the top left, I see pop-ups, but on stream they're blacked out because of privacy reasons. Because that can be any notification. If I got a message in a PS party that was quite personal, it will pop up like that as well. Or if I, even if it's just something like sharing someone's PSN ID, it will pop up there as well. So it blacks it out for privacy reasons. Privacy, on a personal level, not on we sell your data level.
Oh, Coatlan.
He has a fighting spirit, that's for sure. But we can't keep him unconscious forever. I need to think.
Abyssal corrosion syndrome. 500 years later, and it's resurfaced again.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm in an interlude! I'm in an interlude! Excuse me! You can't just do that! I'm in an interlude! Help me! You can't just... You can just... You can't just... You can't... You... I'm in an You can't just... And someone was complaining about all the, enjoying someone's suffering, huh? Someone was complaining. I mean, good job on like not being afraid of character appearances, I guess, but also I wasn't prepared to, you know, I have to go into more, you know, main Natlan Archon quest criticism just yet. Help.
That voice! It's...
So you've seen this illness before?
Direct contact with high concentrations of abyssal power causes irreversible mental trauma in most people. The exact presentation will vary according to trauma level. Some will suffer from superficial hallucinations and maintain the capacity to perceive the outside world. In such cases, verbal and physical interaction can be used to break through the hallucination. However, there are also those who are so far gone, entrenched in hallucinations so deep, that medical intervention is the only option. That's why we developed the Drought of Lucidity.
The Draft of Lucidity?
It's a kind of medicine that can dispel the psychological impact of the abyss. The treatment comes with severe side effects, including chronic migraines for the rest of the patient's life. So, it's reserved for the worst cases. This man is a devoted warrior, one not easily swayed from battle. That is precisely why it's so difficult to pull him out of this hallucination. If you trust me to be true to my word, give him this.
Wretched monsters! Setting up an ambush! Give me your worst. It's either your end or mine! Hurry! He's awake!
Please, give him the draft. My son thinks he's alone in this world. In his mind, all his family and comrades are gone, and only enemies remain. There's nothing more painful for a warrior than losing everything you fought so hard to protect.
Monsters! What's going on? Dad? What are you doing here? My head hurts. I just had the strangest dream. I dreamt the Abyss took over the tribe.
It's all right, my boy. It was just a nightmare. Let's go home. You need a good night's sleep. But first, I want to thank you for saving my son. May I ask your name?
Just Capitano is fine.
Like, in certain moments I feel less inclined to joke around a bit. But then something like this comes up and I'm like, Capitano? What did you start with? Capitano?
I owe you more than words can say, Mr. Capitano. My name is Mune. You're welcome in my home anytime.
Well, it sounded like Capitano was first going to say something else before he settled on Capitano.
Time to go, son. Can you stand?
I'll help you carry him back. Traveler, let's meet up later.
Mm-hmm. Sure it is.
Thank goodness everything turned out all right.
Think nothing of it. I agreed to offer you my aid, so this is merely a part of that duty. Besides, I care deeply about this land.
Right! When we were with Moika, you told us you and your soldiers defended Natlan against the Abyss 500 years ago.
That's right. My desire to protect this nation remains unchanged. When my platoon arrived in Natlan 500 years ago, like you, we were true outlanders. But as time passed, I encountered the people of this land and witnessed their desperate struggle against the Abyss. Though many of the warriors were rash and inexperienced, they were steadfast and fearless in battle, willing to do anything to protect their fellow citizens, oftentimes with complete disregard for their own survival. Just as I fought for the glory of Conria, they fought for the survival of their nation. We happened to share a common enemy, so I decided to offer my aid. We fought side by side to the very end. I traveled to many places after that, but I never forgot this land. Even now, my work in Natlan remains unfinished. They remember who I used to be, the Sentinel Knight, who fought with the Masters of the Nightwind. Still, I prefer to leave all that in the past. That name carries with it the glory of my homeland and the honor of Natlan. Yet, I failed to bring my soldiers home. And I failed to help Natlan defeat the Abyss.
But that's not your fault. The Abyss is way stronger than any of us imagined.
You need not comfort me. I am no longer who I once was. Let the events of the past continue to collect dust in the annals of history. I will continue to help Natlan in my own way.
Like, with the draft of lucidity? Who knew you could make medicine?
Draft.
Were you a doctor before?
Someone unable to say drought.
The drought was Guthred's invention. He was a respected military doctor, as well as my trusted second-in-command. We faced a similar situation to what you witnessed today. The endless battles against the Abyss triggered delusions among the soldiers, to the point where some attempted to kill each other. In order to develop a treatment as fast as possible, Guthred used himself as a test subject. Passed away shortly after the drought was complete. That's who he was. Unrelenting in his pursuits. No matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice. In the end, he even gave himself up for a chance of success. I'm sure he would be pleased his creation aids people, even now. The Abyss has wrought enough suffering on this land. I sincerely hope this war will end soon.
You know, being fatigued and it being so warm in this room now, given the sun is actually on my room now. It doesn't help me remember things.
Stop worrying about other people's survival, about their losses and sacrifices. You just need
well, that
to
explains
win.
a lot.
That must be why I've returned. For this moment.
I mean, I have a daytime debuff no matter what. But...
Please finish what you set out to do, Commander.
But that explains a lot why I didn't remember.
However, some things are better kept secret for now. We may be working together, but our goals are not entirely aligned.
What's with the secrets all of a sudden? I'm starting to think we should be more careful around you.
I do not mean to jeopardize the trust between us. I simply prefer to keep this to myself, because it's a personal matter. All I can tell you is this. Natlan may have survived the worst of the crisis, but the souls of this land are still not at peace. And that is why my work is not yet done.
Well, if it's personal, then we'll just have to trust you.
If you have other questions, I'm willing to answer them.
Wait, like anything? Paimon wants to know how you eat with the mask. Anything you want to ask, Traveler?
This honestly just kind of feel like, are you an Archon or they're familiar? What? Capitana, when did you become an Archon or an Archon's familiar? I mean, this is like, you know, you can smell this from a mile away, and I even use the Imperial system. Gonna ask about sibling, huh?
Natlan must pay the price for Mawika's use of the Ruler of Death's power. That price is death. And only Mawika's death can clear the debt. Even now that the war's over and the threat to Natlan is gone, it looks like that death is still set in stone.
Yeah, if I knew about this, I would have said it to Chinese. Not as urgent. I'm not as urgent about it as I would have been, but still. Now this will be interesting, because you've all heard about, you know, my shade of death. So it's interesting how things diverge, because I didn't know things. And I mean, why I'm less urgent, it's just, you know, Act 3 Sitlali will always be, you know, by Sitlali.
In the garden cultivated by the gods, flowers and weeds grow side by side. When the weeds compete for nutrients in the soil, the gardener intervenes to inhibit their growth. I'm not one to pass judgment based on my own standard of right and wrong. But it is an undeniable fact that she is responsible for my suffering, as well as that of my people.
Wait, the Curse of Kanya does align with the, like, not allowed to die. But that's probably also means to keep them out of the ley lines to not taint Ermin's soul. But, you know, for my continuity I could incorporate this in a sense of, like, you know, they also couldn't really think of something else because the shade, you know, even if it's not as prevalent as the one that, you know, is truly called the Sustainer, it's, would still be very prevalent. So if it's truly the person or the shade, like for my continuity, that would be something. For Genshin canon.
If that explanation is too difficult to understand, allow me to show you exactly what I mean.
If he takes up his mask, I'm done. Okay. As long as we don't get to see it, it's a gray area.
The ruler of death can freely define the form of death, or grant immortality to anyone she desires. Her power is a rule in and of itself. Faced with such an overwhelming level of power,
a bit of a gray area,
it can feel hopeless to resist. But I am of the belief that, in this world, no destiny is unchangeable, no death inevitable, and no rule unbreakable. So, before the final moment truly arrives,
rules are
we
meant
must
to be
fight
broken.
harder than ever.
Hey, Traveler. Paimon.
Ian-san is having no idea about the conversation. The cowards, you say? About showing his face? I mean, I already don't know, not sure how to feel about the Traveler and Paimon having seen his face. Like, if we had seen his face, I probably would have just ended the quest right then and there, so, yeah.
Sorry. Hope I didn't interrupt anything.
Oh, young son. You have no idea, my boy.
After helping Ocote land back home, I went on a small walk and happened to run into a messenger from the Scions of the Canopy. He's been looking for you everywhere.
Oh, did something happen?
Apparently Shilonen's ready to start forging your ancient name. She needs to check the progress of your Pilgrim's Chronicle, that device she gave you before. She invited a bunch of people to be there, including me. So let's head to the stadium once you're done here.
Find a bunch of people. Including, you're one of, those people of Natlan. I wonder if you play a role. Like, not only an ancient name bearer, but also, one of those 6. Which still feels kind of confusing, element-wise, why it was Oregon and not Citlali, but,
This is a critical time for you, Traveler. It's best not to delay, so let us end our conversation for now. Best of luck to you all. Goodbye.
Yeah, it's a name thing, but it's still,
Still, he doesn't seem quite as intimidating as before. We're basically comrades now, right?
It's mostly about the fact that there are 2 Electro, but no Cryo. And, the rest of the elements are there. So it's like, we're so close.
Anyway, let's head to the stadium. We shouldn't keep everyone
Unless there's
waiting.
a greater meaning to Cryo not being involved, and with, like, Snezhnaya, but, I mean, it doesn't, it doesn't mean much in this context, but it's still, because it's, like, so close, it's like, come on now.
still hasn't told us his real goal. He kind of reminds Paimon of someone we met recently. Oh, right, the Lord of the Night! They just seem so tired, you know? Since they've both been alive for many centuries, do you think that's just what happens when you've been alive for too long?
Paimon, you know who you're asking, right? You know who you're at. Well, I guess the Traveler is not necessarily too long, since they weren't cursed with immortality. They were just granted immortality, as far as we know. I also don't say blessed, because there's a nuance. I like to use the word, like with immortality, I like to use the word granted, because it's a more neutral term. Oh no, I'm talking about Oregon. You know, when you talk about the tribes being present, I'm talking about like Oregon to Citlali, not about Iansan. Of course, I want Iansan to be... I actually want him to be more, you know, important, but yeah. Oh no. I should have checked! Oh well, English it is.
Sure took your sweet time. Wretched scoundrels! How dare you keep the almighty Dragon Lord, Kahulaha, waiting! Kneel before us and apologize, or we'll...
Don't listen to him. We just got here too.
Kanich, Kachina, Mualani? Woo! Everyone's here!
Reunited at last. Did you miss us? I brought candy and cookies to share.
Okay. I guess it's worth it in English, in that sense.
Of course we missed you! Ooh, you brought Source Crackers too? Score!
Ah, just in time, Traveler. It's so stifling in here. I was just about to go outside to get some air.
It's the same temperature outside. Anyway, how was the trip here?
Well, it's still fresh air outside, even if it's the same temperature.
To be honest, I also didn't expect this many people to show up. A third of this amount is more than enough for my plan. I need to ask them about you, gather their thoughts and hopes. That will help the formation of your ancient name. Oh, you brought the Pilgrim's Chronicle, right? Yeah, let me take a look. Okay. The progress looks good. We have enough people, so let's get started.
Sorry I'm late.
Chaska showing up late for something? That's a first.
I had to follow a group of monsters further than expected. When I got back, I heard about what you did for my tribe. Thank you.
I do find it kind of interesting how I don't think I have really like a greater interest character yet, that I do have little to a lot in other nations. Well, had Citlali. I guess Act 3 Citlali, if that counts specifically. If Act 3 Citlali counts, I guess I do. But
The Traveler deserves most of the credit. Plus, if it weren't for your help during the battle, the Collective of Plenty would have suffered a lot more. We had the manpower to spare, so it's only right we return the favor.
Oh, this is not about the 6. This is nothing about the 6. This is just... I mean, just not, like, badly written or anything. It's just... Act 3 set up different expectations for her character, like, significantly enough to where... You know, I like Citlali, like, further now, especially what I've seen, like, a bit more on Kiko streams. But I'm not as... You know, I thought she might be like a threat like Farina even, but that didn't end up pulling through, so... That's also why I've been saying specifically Act 3 Citlali, like her characterizations in Act 3 specifically, like introduction and such, she, like, well, Chinese voice might have helped, not entirely sure. But, yeah, and I like her, like, perspectives on, like, immortality and, like loss and such, but, nah. But yeah, my Citlali, I will study Act 3 Citlali a lot better. So my Citlali will be quite different. I mean, but also, you know, someone might not be too pleased that there aren't nearly as many light novels from dang it. My brain isn't braining. Yeah, publishing house, of course. Brain truly isn't braining, but anyway, so she might go to check things out for herself in the closest islands to Natlan of Inazuma is Watatsumi, and you know, there is a certain group that has set up base in Watatsumi Island, but anyway. But now back to Citlali, like herself, like she isn't bad, even like in any sense. It's just not the same as the expectations that were kind of set up in Act 3. I mean, there's quite a bit to kin about Citlali, like about the loss and everything. And like how the years stretch on being immortal. But like even with that, it's hard for me to say to like myself I would kin her at this point. Act 3 Citlali though, and like expanding on that, would like the results to kin her, but yeah. Yeah, though, given somehow, like, my canon resonating so much with you, I am kind of curious what you will think of, like, how I will handle Citlali. Given you're also a bit of a kinny, I guess you know, may bounce ideas off of you as well, but be careful about that the bias about the Genshin canon one doesn't sneak in there too much. Oh, yeah. I mean, I like the confiding in. I mean, you know, he already made, like, Farina, like, confiding in the Traveler. Of course, Farina and Sitlali are very different. Like how they would confide in the Traveler, but, like, that aspect, like, well, not really aspect, like, that idea of her confiding in the Traveler won't really change. It just, the way might change a little bit, but yeah. It's also kind of hard, like, for me to talk about this, because then people, you know, being afraid that people will take it as just me being also, like, a lesbian and biased in that sense. So it's kind of harder to, you know, try to discuss about that when you're on the back of your mind or worried about that. And there might be, like, a little bit, like, I'm not denying, like, I'm not immune to bias, but still. So I'm not sure if there's a bit of bias in there, but I feel like there's still, you know, I mean, Mama, I think we've talked about this more. Like how Dolly just, you know, from how she was set up in Act 3, just feels kind of off. But I guess I'm also someone who, you know, isn't as excited about Natlan as many others. Yeah, it's still nice to hear it like that. It's also kind of, you know, because I celebrate yet have trouble with Sitlali. I guess, like, even if Jet, like, was obviously crushing on the mean, it very differently from Sitlali biting her lip suddenly with Ether and all. And I guess, like, I also don't really come to Genshin for romantic interests. I come here for companionship, so I guess, you know, prefer a kind of neutral approach. And also closeness doesn't have to be romantic, I guess, as well. But maybe I'm also a bit on the, like, Arrow and A spectrums, to where I'm like, what? Hello, people. They confuse me. But, like, even beyond the whole Ether Sitlali thing, it just, she doesn't feel the same from Act 3. And, like, the confiding scene in Act 3, I absolutely adored as well. You know, opening up to the Traveler and everything, and then, yeah. Like, it's also the kind of thing where you could probably get more hesitant as the years go on in Immortal, but yeah. So Lolly also feels like particularly like she would at least be on the spectrums of aromantic and asexual. Like, beyond that. And I mean, Grey is there too, but it feels just a bit odd. I mean, there's also the fact that because I started playing in Chinese, I've heard her like Chinese voice. Like I got introduced to her with her Chinese voice and with Act 3. So, yeah, it's also that the English voice, while, not bad, it's not for me with Sitlali. It's just like the difference between Act 3 Sitlali and how they developed her. It's just, yeah. And like a lot of, I like a lot of the ideas. Just, yeah. Oh! Oh. I'm honored that they're so inviting. This... I mean, like with my Sitlolly, I might also gonna project like a bit as well. But it's, yeah. Also bear with me because both fatigue, warmth, haven't been streaming for almost 5 hours now. My brain isn't braining like it, usually brains. Well, mine. Brain is a bit of a complicated term for me, but yeah. Yeah, and I guess I'll just learn into like, her being more private and like her deflection and such. But maybe like treated it more like seriously. It's not that, her outbursts might, that like tone down. It's just, I guess like truly riding Sitlolly off of Act 3 with knowing about some of the ideas of what they would do with her. It's what I kind of, going off of myself when I'll ride Sitlolly. And I guess maybe with like the Traveler, I'll like first start with like, less expectations, or like if it's not the Traveler, someone else you're confiding in, because I'm gonna use my format to its to whatever extent I want, given if she goes to Inazuma to check out the situation for herself, in the thing of like, so Lolly, you've been protecting Natlan for so long, you deserve something else. You're allowed to just take a breath. Finding a way to Watatumi Island and thus making her way to the Guardians of Eternity. So I'll also probably lean into, maybe like a few where she confides in more, and like starting with just letting her guard down a little bit. And just, instead of being like Granny Eatsley, able to be like trying to be more of a Sitlolly kind of dichotomy, with then slowly maybe opening up more, and then especially since I'm planning to have the Guardians of Eternity also go to help Natlan when the time comes, because I'm not stuck to the Traveler, and at that point my world would have diverged enough. I can also do that. Like, besides Guardians of Eternity, I'm not that stuck to the Traveler. So that will be a bit different. I guess like the characterization will be the same. Like a lot of what the Guardians of Eternity would do in Natlan, will probably be the Traveler with a more MiHoYo canon. But yeah, I'll see what I'll do. English is definitely helpful, except with Sitlolly, but yeah, thank you. And I guess like I'll like treat it, and also with letting her guard down around those specific few of like the Guardians of Eternity, will be kind of funny if she like became like at least an honorary member or something through just her being upset about light novels and then just getting why am I forgetting this English term? Before I was trying to search for it, also couldn't find it. Like getting involved, but a more like whimsical way of saying it, I guess. Anyway, you can probably figure what I mean. But then, you know, in with being Sitlali, but also, you know, immortal, you have a very different relationship to, like, age. Honestly, come to think of it, I might even be able to, like, I'm not really sure about this, so take this with massive, like, amount of salt. But it's something that just came up, you know, maybe even to the point where she might be, you know, an age regressor, when she actually like feels like she can be, which in Natlan, given she is Granny Eatsley, she can't really do. But with the Guardians of Eternity, just wanna hang out with her, and like she's an Inazuma. She doesn't have to constantly live up to her title, especially with just, you know, those view of the Guardians of Eternity. And even if Kokomi can't really remember, she probably, you know, like, can't really place it, but emphasizing with it, like, way more than she should. But, like, even if not full-on age regressing, you know, acting a bit more, you know, less like the big Granny Eatsley, and more like just Sitlali, and that she gets the feeling of, like, you know, she's just another one, like, of them. Which there might also be more adapted, given, you know, Ayaka is there, Kamisato Ayaka. But for them, like, Ayaka will just be Ayaka. Sure, she also happens to be Kamisato Ayaka, but that's, you know, a bit of a nuanced relationship that they have with that. So maybe they can also kind of extend that a bit to Sitlali. And with an approach like that, and I guess in the MiHoYo canon it would follow more the Traveler in Natlan. But given, you know, my continuity and my medium and not being stuck to the Traveler, I'll probably follow up, like, with the Guardians of Eternity. That'll, you know, probably Ayato will have to stay in Inazuma to run the affairs of the Kamisato clan. Like, he can't just stay away for months. But then, you know, explore more deeply into her grief with the Guardians of Eternity, because I am not stuck to the Traveler. So I can, you know, take more creative liberties to explore her character. There's also kind of the more soft-spoken Sitlali. You see, like, moment in Act 3 when she confides in the Traveler, get a lot more of. But also, for example, Yoimiya is also there. So she might even try to, like, lure her out to be more relaxed and silly in a way. Don't worry. Well, I'll definitely involve him when necessary. You know, I do have the few of the Guardians of Eternity I will focus most on. You know, being Kokomi, Yoimiya, Ayaka, and then also Shinobu and Ido. Although Ido less so, but given he's very involved with Shinobu, it would be wrong to not involve him a lot with Shinobu. And also, characterizing him will be very helpful when characterizing him in a princess's home family. Also, at this point, chat is a lot less busy, and I almost feel like you two are mostly just listening now. It feels a bit odd to be apparently that interesting. And I guess, like truly like the nuances for Sitlali then would come in the nuances. So it's a bit hard for me to just on the spot describe specifics about Sitlali. Wait, she also has a cryovision. So I may even have a few moments where she just, goes out to the ocean with Kokomi. Like she herself can use cryo to stay above water while Kokomi is just contently swimming around. And then kind of just confiding in each other. And then also a bit more foreshadowing for Kokomi. So characterization for both, and also foreshadowing for Coco. But I guess the best way I can put it is the soft scene where she confides in the Traveler in Act 3. That's probably like more of the expression, especially if you go with the Chinese dub, what I'll be going for. Maybe not the exact dialogue, maybe I would take more inspiration from specific dialogue, but more like that vibe, I guess. And I guess, as I mentioned, with those Guardians of Eternity, just being able to be. And also, at that point, while worried about Natlan, not constantly involved in everything going on in Natlan and against the Abyss. So in that sense, she can kind of hopefully let her, like, even if she's worried, let her guard down a bit. I like triggering your artist's brain though. Amazing things come out of that. So I guess she would also, probably Shinobu as well, but mostly with Kokomi, Ayaka, and Yoimiya. To really just, having like a bit apprehensive, but then noticing like, hey, I can just be Sitlali. It's not like I have to be Granny Eachly and worry that much about my reputation. I can just hang out with them and relax. Come to think of it, that will also mean that Sitlali will actually meet the Traveler, probably, on Watatsumi Island! It also will be even more interesting, because of the medium I don't have to worry about game restrictions as much when riding the Traveler, so that might also be like, where a dichotomy begins between Lumine and Aether, the riding around the Guardians of Eternity and like Sitlali's involvement and everything. Yay! I mean, I tried to get her essence right. Even like, part of the point of this is just trying to, in a way, be more faithful to how I feel like Sitlali is. than how Genshin, you know, portrays her. So, at least that will be my attempt. I guess, like similarly to Farina, I guess in a way, I'll go also more into like the soft-spoken and the quieter moments, rather than, you know, the louder parts of their character. Which, you know, especially like taking Farina as an example, because it feels like it's handled a lot better, I do adore as well. But I also want to really appreciate the quieter moments and more soft-spoken, and really getting to the like heart of the character without constantly snapping to the deflection. I'm honestly not entirely sure what to do about her drinking, to be honest, given my own things with drinking. But it is a very important part of a character, and also exploring how she copes with things. Maybe that's even something they'll note on with the Guardians of Eternity, about the fact that like she is drinking a lot less than when she came to Watatsumi Island. What do you mean? Meanwhile, I've been yapping so much, it's like... Ah. But yeah. Yeah, and then, you know, maybe because of the rest she has found with them, she just unconsciously finds herself like going to alcohol, like tendency to go there less and less, because great sentence, she's like away from Natlan. It's, you know, truly like she can kind of take a break from everything. And while yes, it's important to work through things, it can also just be important to just be and not really think about things as much. And then when the rest is there, you know, slowly but work with more things. But I feel like that would also kind of come up naturally in conversation when you feel comfortable around people. Like small things will still remind you of like really big things. And finding the comfort in just, you know, being another person, being their friend Sitlali, not being their Granny Eatsley. The thing is, I've watched a bit with Kiko, also kind of purposely, because I kind of lost interest in Canon Sitlali and just like, fine, I'll do it myself. Which also basing quite of this on, but like my approach should be very different. It's also kind of like going beyond the loud deflection into the, you know, the like vulnerability, like this scared girl underneath, which I'm realizing I suspected I might do this. you know, kind of projecting, I guess. But again, it's also what kind of happens with your own writing. A big part of yourself ends up in your art, so so like when the loud character like deflection stops and the oh no, this is getting too close begins. Maybe her even falling a bit quiet, but then still feeling the support of the others in like take your time. I also you know, the sentiment I came across on Pinterest, because of course I did, of like you know, what writers can't cry, they bleed on paper. So, and I guess, but it also feels like I'm, you know, the fact that she became such a threat, like Farina, is already like telling a lot, because I'm also a Farina kini, so. But like, I guess I may have, you know, like in the beginning, she might be very loudly deflective and still slip into the like automatic defensive form of Granny Eatsley, but slowly realize she doesn't have to. And then when something heavier comes up, or, you know, like a question that's like stings a bit deeper, instead of deflecting loudly, she might go quiet instead. Maybe even having a bit trouble speaking. But then also feeling safe to be in that state, because a state like that, you know, to be safe in that state isn't really an alone thing. It's being safe in the company you're with. Because alone, it's terrifying to be in a state like that, but when you have others around who genuinely seem to, like, you know, care about you and also go about things in a way that's, you know, actually resonates with you, you can suddenly fall quiet. I guess I personally also have a deflecting mechanism of like being like, my yapping here is different, but like actually talking and like saying it fine and such. Well, that's also, you know, because this like neural pathways, I didn't create all of them. Probably if I was there from the beginning, I would fall like, you know, my more authentically would fall quiet a lot more. Not in these situations. This is very different, but yeah. And I guess also especially with Yoimiya there, you know, others would understand, but Yoimiya might more openly celebrate, for example, if, you know, Citlali, you know, acted a bit less like the big, like, Granny Eatsley. Also experience with her girlfriend, to, like, you're more than just, you know, Narukami Himi Gimi and such. And maybe, you know, I might even include a narrative of age regression in here. And with Yoimiya just, you know, being Yoimiya and immediately jumping on it of like, okay, if this was going on, then what would you like to do? Though I feel like most of Citlali's age regression might actually go more to early teens than truly a child. But I feel like Yoimiya would also be able to, you know, adapt to that. And maybe that's also where Shinobu more comes in. But where she can just feel like, you know, well, Yoimiya might be more of like a maternal big sister figure when she regresses, then maybe Shinobu can just be kind of, you know, a friend. And also kind of, you know, they may seem very different, but I can also only enforce that. And I guess also because she's immortal, like playing with that age even more. Well, like mortals already, you know, don't have to be restricted by their age as much as they might feel like. Especially immortals, if you live for that long, please start dancing with all your ages. And just find somewhere where you're comfortable, but don't be afraid to, you know, act outside of that or feel outside of that. And also because she's like Granny Itsley, she might also feel more like she has been more like a granny. Meanwhile, her expression is obviously a lot younger still. So that might also, you know, resonate them with them, and then, you know, but also the fact that they all still treat her with the same respect. And also when she goes, you know, when they talk more about the Civil War and she goes to more a regular state, that's celebrated as well. I feel like there's a particular heart in most of my writing. Could it be found family? I would never. The most common theme in all of my writing is just found family. You feel? Actually, I feel a lot less than I would like to, but my hormone balance will not let that, you know, change very easily. It is kind of funny, just out of context, like, you feel? Since when? But, I guess that's the kind of thing, like, if your stream is, like, behind, what you could try is add more context within the message. So it's kind of, like, easier to pick out where, like, that actually, like, the comments comes from. Like, I do this even when the stream is not behind, because my typing is very slow, partially because I'm so intentional with wording. So then I try to add more context within the chat message. So it's more obvious what I'm still replying to. I mean, I can't do it automatically. It's easier said than done for most people, but... Oh, but I just was more about, you know, if the stream is behind, what you could attempt, like, easily speaking, I can't do it automatically, and also because it often takes me longer to actually, like, gain a message, is add more context within the message, so it's easier to grasp onto what exactly is being referred to. Was it like referring to how I feel like my stories have like a you know a common heart in them, in the form of found family? Like you feel like that's the case? Hmm. But yeah, I guess like I find it harder to describe a person like on the spot. But hopefully this has given more of an idea of like my approach with Citlali like when I come to write her. If you mean story quest, but if you mean by story quest like tribal quest, I was there when Kiko streamed. Like, I know, like, if you're referring to like her past and like her rival, but actually like kind of closest friend that she lost, I am aware of. Funnily enough, before that stream, I saw a thing on Pinterest that was like, "Is that Doomed Yuri I see?" Doomed Yuri, am I Genshin Imp? Anyway, and then I recognized that within Kiko's stream, so. Oh no, I actually saw more because, like, how I feel about like what they like how they handled Citlali, it's not bad. It's just like a personal thing of me. It's to the point where I didn't mind the spoilers and was just there with Kiko stream. That's how far that went. It's going. And how strongly I feel about like her characterization, like the shift between Act 3 and beyond. Like it went that far where I didn't mind being at Kiko's stream for that tribal quest. Even if I've never played it myself. I mean, that also, like, partially just feeling kind of, like, betrayed by characterization, like, set up different expectations than what you eventually give. But I guess that also then gives me as a writer the, fine, I'll do it myself. And actually something to do myself, instead of just not really caring about Citlali. Now, I care deeply about Citlali. Different Citlali, like slightly different Citlali, but a Citlali nonetheless. Yeah. And maybe this is also kind of hopefully give him more of an idea as well of like how like the essence is there, but like my execution of Citlali, like in what way it's different. Which, I mean, obviously that's how I'm writing it, but does personally feel closer to Citlali than actually like the canon, MiHoYo canon Citlali. But that's again more like how I personally feel about it. One, need more discipline for riding, and two, I am still in like a more like fatigued time than before, or at least it's more prevalent. I do feel like it's shifting now, like to a like I'm not less fatigued. I am like just less constantly feeling like I'm gonna pass out, and not in like a sleepy sense, but in a tired sense. Then again, like I'm almost suspecting like something like chronic fatigue, more severe cases of chronic fatigue as people actually bedridden. So, yeah, I guess like, but writing would also be taking care of myself. It's something I really want to do. It's just hard to just sit down and type when everything is working against you. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. But it's still, you know, it's more like appreciating how much you want to see it, and also just more a personal frustration as I really wanted like to write it down more, and it just, you know, it's just a positive thing. That's what I like. What I hear is positive. It's just that it does, and I, you know, don't let this stop you from saying it, but it just like is kind of confronting about my own personal frustrations. But I guess like that's also why I, you know, tell about it so much instead of just like wait until you read it later. So I can at least like, you know, get the feedback, get it out there, get the positive reinforcement, even if I'm currently unable to write that much or stream that much. Mm-hmm. It is indeed also very much a way for me to like not keep it inside and actually still share it, even though I don't have the capacity or discipline to write it down. Mm-hmm. And are these like now with Sitlali? And I guess like with like found family being at the heart of most of my writing, if not all, and probably the biggest heart of the writing, it's also kind of giving her a found family in a sense of like if like, you know, Mavuika and everyone is like more of a traditional family, like more obviously it's not, but you know, then the Guardians of Eternity can actually more of a found family, if that makes sense. That would also make it so that probably the Traveler and Sitlali would go to a particular fire workshop together with their respective slips and tell stories about their ancestor Yoimiya in exchange for the fireworks. It's also kind of like, you know, my writing is depresso. Don't act like you expected anything else. I mean, I guess that was also would actually involve Kokomi as well, now that I think about it, the three of them. But they wouldn't just tell stories about Yoimiya at that point, they would tell stories about the original Guardians of Eternity. And it would also be a nice way of remembering their friends. Mm-hmm. But that's, I guess, also for Sitlali, even if friends pass, others stay, or at least stay, you know, overlapping with others. Nothing lasts forever. That's also what a particular kitsune of that land will tell you. But... And life passes by like a dream, so you must be happy in the present. Also, yes, video called Days Gone By, a Genshin edit. Don't worry about the fact that that's in my comfort playlist. Um, any. I mean, that's not really about the story, that's more personal. Like, my comfort playlist totally it doesn't revolve mostly around, like, immortality, loss, and, like, ages passing. But... and also a video about, like, a comic dub that exposes me being a Chi-Chi Kinney, which totally isn't concerning in and of itself. What? My kidneys are nothing to worry about. From Fischl to Farina to Chi-Chi to Nihida. Let's throw parts of Scott and Styles in there for good measure. I mean, maybe that's also part of the reason why I am might relatively be adept to writing Farina, especially confronting the parts I put in that little proof of concept with Lumine. But you know. What do you mean about the, like, you know, English term? Sentiment of, like, like writers bleeding on paper. What? I mean, we followed like this also began with Sid Lolly and Sid Lolly finding a family with at least, you know, some of the Guardians of Eternity. And also the way she would confide in others and why she might usually like be louder and like everything is fine, with them slowly starting to like more like fall quiet. Which, you know, doesn't have to be like, even if you have age regression, doesn't have to be necessarily age regression related. But it can be another thing that comes up with age regression, going mute or having trouble speaking. I do almost wonder if, like, you know, Yoimiya will probably be like the most open and enthusiastic about just go along with however someone feels. And I wonder how healing that might be able to be for Sid Lolly, as suddenly like all the expectations are gone and it's just like she is celebrated for however she is feeling. And also, you know, Yoimiya will probably have a hard time holding back hugs, which, you know, Sid Lolly doesn't mind as much as she would, you know, expect that she would. Also, I mean, you know, take this relatively, you two, of course, but when I say it's warm, it's at least well above 24, 25 degrees enough to completely melt my coconut oil. And that's also in my room. Outside, it's probably a lot better now. Outside, it hasn't even reached above 25 this year, I think. I mean, there is also the part where I don't really do too well with warmth in the first place, and I'm already fatigued. So oh, this is not only just not ventilated. If it's merely 18 degrees outside, my cocos oil will be, you know, completely melted if it's like that for long enough. Wait! How have I missed that for so... Hold up. Mama, I'm streaming. Gotta worry about chat. Now it's almost 2 hours later, and I'm like, you're also allowed to be here on stream if you would like. It's like I would have that already, but also it's Mother's Day. Like, of course. But also, when I'm streaming, I'm not necessarily looking at much at Discord. I'm just yapping away. It is our conquest. Doesn't mean you can't be there. Yapping away. But if you're free, especially on Mother's Day, Mama. Also, I would last because you were there. Coma, how long is the quest still? Because if it's like 20 minutes left of the interlude, then can just finish the interlude and then just, you know, continue the yapping, which kind of what we're already doing. Oh, honestly, you could have said something earlier. Because then we could have just gone yapping and wouldn't necessarily have the whole quest thing.
Okay, let's save the pleasantries for later. Everyone's here, so
I mean, I guess
let's
it's
get started.
interesting, but at least by then you've...
Your words will be
like,
recorded.
I'm honored after it's done.
Right, I almost forgot. I need people's true thoughts and feelings. It's best. It's just how it is.
You're right. Just like when Paimon doesn't have enough lore to pay for her. So basically you want us to leave the Pilgrim's Chronicle here and wait nearby?
Oh, don't worry. This
I mean, probably given how Genshin canon is going, especially, which I would have liked. You know, her getting so shy when it's not necessarily romantic. Traveler is like, I appreciate all you're doing, and I can't say much, but like, I'm immortal. I appreciate it, but like and I can't really tell much, but like I'm immortal.
But staying out here is just making Paimon even more curious about what everyone's gonna say.
But I wonder, like, how that makes the traveler feel. Of like, they don't need to go for all this trouble. I'm immortal, but I can't tell them that.
Anyway, you're gonna have an ancient name soon. Ooh, that's so exciting!
It is still exciting, and like it's nice to have. It just, you know, I wonder how the traveler like feels about it. On like, you know, in this case, how Lumine feels about it, not just the traveler.
If only Paimon could say a few things about you in there.
Well, looks like you're about to have that chance.
Well, I mean, I did write that proof of concept with Farina, where Lumine even shared, well, her name, Lumine, with Farina. So I'll probably dive even more into Lumine's own characterization and use Farina as her vehicle for that.
Shilonen, is everything all set?
Almost. We're just missing one last thing. You've been by the Traveler's side the longest, Paimon. We need to hear what you have to say.
But Paimon's not from Natlan.
Oh, it doesn't matter. As a Traveler's companion, your contributions are extremely important. You're the perfect person to finish the story. Sorry, Traveler. I just need to borrow Paimon for a second. It should be quick.
I mean, I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. There is someone else that has, like, you know, greater, like, abandonment troubles, so... What? This feels rude.
Paimon gave us a lot. Whew. And I mean a lot
like
of
that.
information.
It's
I'm
fine.
not even sure the Lord of the Night managed to get all of it.
We've been to 6 nations already.
We've carried 6 nations already. Hold on, let me just if it could load, if the screenshot thing could load, that would be helpful. Nah, I'll find them later at some point. Well, we've already carried 6 nations.
Here, you can have the Pilgrim's Chronicle back. I'll need it when I forge the name, but you can continue your adventures in the meantime. And when the time comes, I will forge you an ancient name unlike anything that's come before, so that you, Moika, and Natlan as a whole can finally put an end to this endless war.
Slolan, how can you just, you know, say endless war without me going fighting an endless war, hunting a miracle? I sure it's out, so got you down, 'cause we're fighting an endless war. The stars, they just got you down. I haven't listened to that song, like, repeatedly in ages, but that might be a good thing, so I don't get into copyright trouble. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait. Oh.
I'll need the
But I
Pilgrim's
guess I'll be
Chronicle
leaving
back
this
when I'm ready
stream
to forge
here
the name. If there are still adventures you want to record,
also because
better finish them before then.
it has been 6 hours, so I should probably take better care of myself.
Even
And
I'm
plus,
starting to
then
feel
it's more
nervous
one-on-one
now.
time with Mama. Especially on Mother's Day. Wait 2 days. You know what if I just... go here instead. Meanwhile, while I do little outro thingies, I'm gonna take the chat because I also put things. Oh, yeah, I was kind of worried about that. Put on 6 though, not 7, so I wasn't expecting it to go this far, but whatever. Well, actually, that isn't what you were saying.
I feel like running.
But, yeah, thank you everyone who came by. Thank you, Mama and Koma, for being such active chatters again. Streaming is, besides liking, conversing with you all, streaming is so much easier when you have a chat. I wonder how, I mean, when Mama has time, she'll probably check it out. Other best yapping and character appreciation, huh? Kiko references. Mama has actually, like, some links to older streams of mine. Like, beginning of 2023 streams of mine. Because before then I hadn't figured out how to transfer my Twitch to YouTube, so a lot of my early streams are lost media. But yeah. Oh, that's true. I almost have a temple. Actually, I have a temple because I couldn't play last month, so I don't have a C5 Amber now. Yeah, yeah, my Amber is still C4 because I couldn't play enough last month. Nor did I have the money to get the amount of Star Glitter necessary. Currently, besides older characters like Ayaka and Kokomi, not really. But I guess the Inazuma Chronicle thing, I guess I am then planning to pull, but... I mean, every half a year it's not a matter of luck, it's just, well, a little bit in my case, but it's mostly about gather 34 Star Glitter and buy the constellation. That's how I got 3 of these constellations.
Come on, let's take a look.
So, skill issue. I mean, I also like when you talk about gacha addiction, like I don't feel the pressure to do my dailies. If I am too tired or something comes up, I cannot be bothered. The only time I'm a bit upset is if I like miss a birthday letter or something. Besides that, miss dailies. Just 2 primos. Alright. I mean, having your like a chronicled wish, but that was also kind of funny. I got a Eula constellation, but no Amber constellation on that chronicled wish. Yeah, I also personally don't feel the pressure for resin or like stamina in Honkai Impact 3rd. This being like an anecdote to gacha games. I mean, would you rather have me just, you know, pretending that I don't? You know? This is called having nothing better to do than being a chronic Genshin player at the time. Like, that's also where this comes from. Eva? Oh, Eva is on the... Oh. Well, I guess I could go for an Eva. Do I risk... Oh wait, I'm first gonna go with history. Sorry about this. Do I risk a Navia? Or the other one? Like, you shouldn't worry, like, that you shouldn't pull for 4 stars period. But I have 7 PD not guaranteed. I think I'll be fine.
Oh, hello. I'm Auroran from the Masters of the Nightwind.
Well.
Want some vegetables? Oh, don't worry. I'm not trying to sell anything to you or get anything in return. There's no rhyme or reason for it, really. I just like to see what every seed grows up to be. So I end up with a lot of produce. As long as my vegetables
It's one 4-star I didn't have.
Someone who enjoys them. That's
I
all
guess
that
that's
matters.
something. The fact that I didn't have him yet. I guess since I'm not really saving up for things... Wait a minute. Officials... January... So it's either June or July. Okay, I can't... Oh wait! I have official C6! I don't care! Hold up. Hmm. 25 primos. Where does one quickly get 25 primos? Oh, I was at 7, so, you know, whatever I pulled on top of that, and a non-guaranteed. The last character I pulled was Siegeween, so... How to quickly get 25 primos? I mean... Go to Natlan and trade those, maybe? Wait. Okay, we still under wait for 2 days. Now you're gonna be witnessing me walking around like a headless chicken trying to find this place, but... Well, I mean, I just showed you my inventory. I don't have enough to trade in those regards. Gonna witness the fact that I haven't really been walking around here, so I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea where I'm going. Oh, so I need to be there. Yeah, I kind of get that, like, probably at least 30, or at least 25, if not 30, then, well, didn't meet those criteria. Okay, what? I have not been walking around here and oh, there it is. Oh, that's more than enough. Come on. At least you would just give me your next 4-star, even if it's not one I necessarily want. How much pity am I on now for a 4-star? Like, huh? No, as I mentioned, the last one I pulled was Citrine, and before I started pulling now, I had 7 pity. So... But like... How many times have I pulled St. Auroron now? Like... Stingy. Like, even if it wasn't going to be Aoife, I'm just like, where is my, like, every 10 pulls a 4-star? Like...
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Verirrten.
I mean, I could always see how much comes out of this, but... Oh! Snowy Summit. Are you kidding me? 7. 7 primos.
I created another universe and found... I hear the
You know what? I can do that. I mean, I like having 4 stars in the first place, and if I accidentally like lose the 50-50 or something, I wouldn't mind. Like, I'm at a point where like I wouldn't mind. The only 5 stars I'm currently going for would be Kokomi and Ayaka. And I'm pretty sure I already built like a bit of pity on the Chronicled Wish still. Which the point doesn't transfer, but I'm pretty sure that the pity does. So... Hmm? Huh? What do you mean I can check the Chronicled? Oh wait, when you go to history and then check banners. Ah. I mean, I can do that right now. The history. Type of banner. Chronicled Wish. That lost. Oh no. Wait a minute. Huh? How did I get... Oh wait, Tartaglia. Yeah, I was thinking about Tanari, but oh no. I have no pity on the Chronicled Wish. Oops. It's because I threw money at it last time. They're not familiar enough with that terrain. That's easy. Oh, right, character try. I haven't done those. That's right. When you go to like the history thing, you can actually select the banner right there. Mm-hmm. I regularly don't really use it, but I had seen it before, so... Don't tell me the waypoint is up there. There is another oculi though. But yeah, Goma kind of suggested something easy. Character I've never played with, so that'll be interesting. Also character I don't know too much about, so that'll be frustrating for people watching that too. Oh! Hey!
Juice on the loose! Yeah!
Let's keep going, team. Rain outlines your fate. Huh? Dead reckoning.
Oops.
Leave the wounded to me. Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
Another a little amuse-bouche. Yeah! Yeah! Cha! Yeah! Ha! Cha! Juice on the loose! A dash of frost!
I mean, I gave the disclaimer. Very frustrating for those who know better. Maybe I just had to be in Natlan, you know. Aoife wanted me to be in Natlan. Oh. You know, it would be nice if I actually like... No! Controller trouble! Pressing a button one too many times. Don't say that, then we gotta be pulling for her. To buff Ayaka if I ever get her. And I do have 2 Hydro Archers, so... Oh, I don't even have to button mash to make this happen. Of course. The range slasher. Infamous.
I created it.
Also, there's the fact that, no, I'm not kidding. I do have 2 Hydro Archers. It's a friendly reminder that I do. There's 1. And there's 2. Also, a funny thing about her is we have this here. And we have this here. Well, clearly, someone is showing that they haven't played Fontaine, because how can you forget Siege Queen when you have? Or also hasn't played the old Mondstadt Hydro Domain, because then you also will remember... that Girly has bubbles. But yeah, so Erik, since you just got here, but was kind of distracted at the end of the stream. But you know, is the end of the stream, so. So thank y'all again. I did this before, so I'll keep it shorter now. And then get distracted because someone mentioned, oh yeah, EFA's on the banner. Like, that's the thing. I acknowledge that, you know, I was there with Special Program. Even Kiko calling out how it feels like a 4-star or 5-star treatment. For some reason, in my head, EFA is still a 5-star. So I wasn't really focused on that. I did the interlude, the Natlan interlude, between Act 4 and 5. I mean, you can also in the top left corner see how long I've been going. Um, but yeah. Oh. Well, I should transfer it all at some point to YouTube, and then I can give you the link to the YouTube VOD when I get around to actually transfer my VODs again, which I don't have a desktop, and you can only really do that on the Twitch desktop side. So yay! So on your it's not that hard. It's just kind of annoying to do on mobile and using a desktop side. But yeah, I'll see Mama. Still celebrate Mother's Day, like one-on-one. After, but yeah. Just luring me over again, are we? Well, hopefully, before my fatigue takes now, hopefully I can go more days again, because this is the kind of like my fatigue has lessened. It's just more manageable again, and hopefully it stays that way. But yeah. Then see you all hopefully soon with Act 5, and then in, well, Mondstadt. Mondstadt. Oh, definitely. Huh. Guess we're right on time. Given that pop-up is not good. Yeah.